Hello. All right. Good morning. Do we have a good morning, everyone? If you could please, all those that are participating, if you could please take your seats so that we can begin. All right. For starters, I just want to say welcome to everyone for being here. To those that have come to a Future of Fashion Indaba before, welcome back. And to those that are here for the first time, thank you for taking your Saturday to come and participate. I am Tanuke, and this is my lovely co-host, Kensani. And yeah, we will be hosting this year's Future of Fashion Indaba. For some of you that are joining us for the first time, you may be wondering, what is this all about? Well, this is obviously a Rewoven initiative, and it came about with a partnership with the Swedish Institute and the Embassy of Sweden. This space is created to obviously discuss what we see as the future of fashion. We are joined with all kinds of stakeholders in the fashion industry today, both physically and virtually, to the people that are joining us through the live stream. Thank you so much for participating. And yeah, as I said, we're joined with a bunch of stakeholders, people from fashion design, garment production, textile industry. We have students and also consumers of fashion. And I think what's important in a space like this is to know and acknowledge that everybody's voice is important in this space. It's not a lecture, it's not school. This is just one big round table, and I need you all to participate and engage in this conversation of what the future of fashion is. It's a collaborative knowledge sharing space with a bunch of activities where we all get to kind of put our inputs in how we see the future of fashion. So with that, I'd like to thank our partners, the Embassy of Sweden and the Swedish Institute, who have been maintaining this partnership for 3 years, and without whom this wouldn't be possible. Kensani will take you through the theme and program for the day.
Thank you so much. Again, welcome everyone. We're so happy to have you here. So today's theme is Ubuntu and fashion, the shared economy and the future of fashion. So I'm sure a lot of us have thought about existence. Why are we here? Who are we? Will we ever give up bread? When I was younger, I'd heard the philosophy of I think, therefore I am. I think it was the American philosopher Billie Eilish who said that. And while that's very interesting, I don't think it offers enough. Whereas Ubuntu posits that I am because we are. All of our existence, everything that makes us is the sum of everything around us, you know. It's not just that we are our parents, our family, our friends, and our community. We are the earth we walk on. We are the trees, we are the sky, we are the grass, we are the air we breathe. And today, hopefully, I think we are going to be returning to who we are as beings of nature, as part of this earth, and looking at harmony and community and balance. And I'm really excited because we're going to explore how fashion can be a really powerful tool to do that. I think fashion is such an important part of our lives. We wear clothes, right? That is our second skin, and it has got such a long history, not just in the world, but especially to us as Africans. And there's so many things that we can return to, our indigenous knowledge, our ways of practice, our cultural beliefs that really can help us not only figure out the past and come together, but also figure out the future and find a way forward. And today we're going to be exploring that through many different avenues. We've got 2 amazing masterclasses, one on technology and the sustainable fashion ecosystem, and another about how to be a conscious consumer. And then we've got an amazing panel discussion coming with me, Tinks, Lukanyam Ningi, Xavier Zulu, and Mulife Kumona, as well as, what else do we have today? We've got so much, sorry. We've also got a beautiful marketplace and the designer showcase. There's these beautiful textile exhibitions, and we really can't wait to share this with these guys today.
All right, and just for the people that are here physically, if you haven't already seen, the toilets are straight through and to your left. And there's also a media room where if you want to, anyone that's part of the media and wants to take one of the designers or people that you see here and pull them aside, if you just go straight through and to your right, there is a little press room. And there'll also be a cinema room where you'll be able to watch the screening of Indlela Yetu, Our Way of Being, the short film, which is a fashion film by Zizi Ntobongwana. And other than that, there will be food available, and we love food. Yeah. And okay, moving on to the opening address, we are lucky to have the contributions of the Swedish ambassador, Håkan Juholt, whose resume boasts all kinds of political achievements in Sweden and internationally, from being advisor to the Minister of Defense, being a delegate to the parliamentary summits of NATO, being chairman of the Social Democratic Party of Sweden, and obviously being the Swedish ambassador to South Africa. So yeah, let's tune into the video from him.
There is only one future, and it's sustainable. That's not an option, it is a scientific fact. Every one of us must be committed to support everyone that contribute to our common, sustainable tomorrow. Only working together can we create and strengthen good forces for a prosperous, equal, and tolerant world. It could be described as humanity towards others. I am because we are Ubuntu. The textile and fashion sector are in desperate need of change towards sustainability. This change requires a wider perspective and new innovations. Lately, the discussion about the impacts of this industry has moved towards carbon footprint, climate change, chemical and energy use, and the increasing consumption rates, ending up in huge textile waste figures. Global textile production emits 1.2 billion tons of greenhouse gases yearly, and that is more than all international flights and maritime shipping combined. Some 12.8 million tons of clothing is sent to landfills yearly. The dark side of this fast fashion is there for all of us to reflect over. Today, it is largely the norm to design products for a throwaway economy. Economic value is generated by large, underpriced materials. Many fast fashion brands manufacture low-cost, low-quality apparel in factories with questionable working conditions, relying on workers who receive low pay. Sustainability has become a crucial emerging trend across sectors in the past few years. The growing concern about sustainability is particularly prominent among younger generations. 83% of the 20 years old Americans value companies implementing programs to improve the environment. And 75%, 3 out of 4, are willing to change consumption habits for more sustainable offerings. And the same amount, 3 out of 4, are willing to pay more for sustainable items. While the aim in the circular economy is to construct a closed-loop system in textile and fashion industry, we must select materials and chemicals that can be recycled. Recycling saves not only material resources and virgin materials, but also decreases the environmental impact of the industry. How can materials be reintroduced into the system with a circular flow? And how can waste be minimized and eliminated by design rather than being recycled through waste sorting? All products and materials designed and manufactured need to have a longer lifespan by either reusing or recycling their parts. One person's waste is another's resource. This requires companies to change their business models and working methods to make them more circular. Understanding that the material flow of a product is the basis of making sustainable decisions. An effective solution is to already at the early stage of design processes minimize the material consumption required for the creation of the product to reduce material waste. We need wise politicians to make decisions, but the world leaders need to realize that the greatest agents of change for the future are business, companies. A global change requires better products and services. Unless your product is not both better and more sustainable than the next, you don't have any business being in a commercial landscape. The younger generation will buy the products from someone else who can prove that they are sustainable. The Nordic countries rank highly when it comes to sustainability and innovation. This is in combination with our knowledge of textile puts us at the forefront of sustainable textiles. It is therefore incredibly inspiring to follow all of the initiatives and progress that are happening globally for a more circular textile sector. And let us remind ourselves that there are 2 reasons for why we are doing this and why sustainable fashion is so crucial. First of all, it's morally right. We have a responsibility towards others, not just ourselves, here and now. We have a responsibility towards people all over the world, but also towards future generations. Second, it is also financially smart. Countries and companies that are determined being at the forefront of climate ambitions, they will benefit. History is repeating itself, and as always, it is all about being out last of the old, or among the first into the new. And I'm so convinced that Sweden and South Africa together can be among the first into the new when it comes to the future of fashion. Thank you.
And with conversations around sustainability and circular fashion, we're also lucky to have the marketplace on my right, which I believe is your left, which is powered by H&M, where we have a bunch of local vendors selling thrifted goods. So make sure you check that out. And then also to my right, we have the photo booth, which is a really fun spot where you can take your photos, and remember to use the hashtag FOF2021. We are joined by another representative of the Swedish Embassy who will be giving us an address. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The ambassador said most of the things, but I'll add something. The future is not a path to be discovered, nor a plan to be executed. The future is to be created. It's with an enormous joy and a great pleasure that I'm here today and being part of this event. Representing the Embassy of Sweden, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Revolven, Eseto Chepo, and the whole team that made it possible for us all to meet here today. I think it's worth a round of applause. I once had the privilege to work with a very wise man. His name is Göran, it's a Swedish name. At a point when we were sitting down, he asked me, Matthias, you take an interest in history. Can you please tell me who was the man who wrote the plan for the first industrial revolution? And I respected Göran a lot, and I was thinking, steam engine, spinning jenny, and he could see my mind going all over the place. And then he said, no, relax, Matthias, I'm joking with you. You see, no one can plan a thing like the Industrial Revolution. Change takes place in the many small beginnings. Change takes place when you invite people to be part of something meaningful. And that goes for the circular economy and the green revolution as well. This event is one of those many small beginnings. We started 2 years ago with the first Indaba. It's growing, and all of you here, with your small beginnings, create a collective of people that wants change. So the future of fashion is not a blueprint to be followed. The future of fashion is not a plan to be executed. It's for us here, in the spirit of Ubuntu. It's for us to co-create the future of fashion. So with that, I would like to say good luck with today's event, and thank you for inviting me and the embassy to be part of something meaningful. Thank you.
All right, that was lovely. Thank you so much. And then, oh my God. Our next speakers are from Rewoven, and maybe you guys have heard of them since they're why we're all here today. And you'll know them as a textile recycler, but I think they're really great decolonialists, and I'd love to present Tsepo and Esetu.
Hello. Okay, just testing. Oh, wow. Hi, thank you so much to everyone for coming to this event, which is our third one. I haven't prepared anything I was meant to, but it's just been a completely crazy experience. But honestly, I think I'm just going to speak for the heart. It's completely shocking to me to see so many people come to a sustainability event. Given when we first started, it was quite difficult to get people to be interested in the topic of sustainability. And we understood that because of the way it's communicated to people. It's not very inclusive. People feel like it's a specific thing that you need to be in a certain tax bracket. A lot of people feel like it's not even something that we can relate with in the developing South. We have other problems. Why are we caring about things like climate change? And so obviously, while we had the passion to educate about sustainability, we realized that one, we can't start a textile recycling company, expect people to know these things without creating awareness and education. But two, you need to speak to people in ways that they understand and try to educate in many different ways. And that's part of the theme that we have today, and why we're focusing on Ubuntu, and why last year we focused on Indlela Yethu, our way of being. It's this understanding that there are many different ways of knowing, and the Western way of knowing is very legitimate, but we also have so much deep knowledge here at home that we can transmit and contribute to this growing industry. And it's all about bringing people together. I think for me, the one thing that I'm seeing as a solution to all of the problems that we have: inequality, poverty, a lot of the environmental distress. The solution to that is a greater sense of interconnectedness. It's really being able to have an expansive consciousness, one that is able to include not just humans, but also realizing that we are nature. We actually are nature, and that inclusiveness needs to include that as well. And the theme speaks to that, right? It's about that. Ubuntu is about that. We've always known that we are nature. We've always known that we need to take care of one another. And we've always known that sharing is a prerequisite because we're all here to take care of one another. And that's what sustainability is about. And we're just excited to bring you guys to this space today to experience something different, to learn. It's an educational platform at the, on the first and foremost, it's an educational platform. So please do read everything, attend all of the master classes, and really immerse yourself in this new understanding of sustainability, which doesn't have to be so far. It's a realization that it's in us. It's always been in us. We just kind of need to tap into it. So thank you so much. I won't speak too much on the theme because there's just so many different facilitators and so many different modes to learn today in this event. So I will let you guys experience that. But I'm just so grateful to have people here who are passionate about this. And even if you're not here for sustainability, I'm pretty sure you're going to leave here having learned something. And so I think that's a great opportunity for us to have educated people. So thank you so much.
Cool, thanks, Isetsu. Hi everyone, my name is Tsepo. I've been tasked with giving thanks, which is something I take great honor in doing. So just to start at the top, I'd like to thank you guys, every single one of you, for being here firstly, for interacting with our content, for interacting with us. Without you guys, things like this don't happen, conversations like this aren't had. So yeah, then I'll move on to our team. Thankful to Esetu, Lesedi, I don't know if he's here. But yeah, thankful to the team for all their work. And then our greater team, Front Row Media, who have helped us with all our marketing and comms that you guys see. They're a young company of, 3 young black boys who, really want to make an impact. And, trusting you guys is really the greatest thing we could have done. So thanks, guys. To Endurance Africa, who's Tebe, who has provided us with advisory around all our PR. Yeah, it's been completely different this year, and we're completely grateful to Tebe for that. Zizi is Lanini Agency, which has, it's helped in setting up all the decor, along with To, which is Ruru and Selane, who have helped Zizi in setting up all the decor. I encourage you guys to interact with the exhibition down in the basement. It's really incredible what they've done with that space. So yeah, do check it out, interact with it. Also back there, they've asked a really pertinent question: what is sustainable fashion to you? So we'd appreciate it if you guys picked up a pen and just, gave us a bit of a brain dump around that. Only other side, so I'd like to thank Kevin, who managed everything in terms of infrastructure. Yeah, like you guys can see for yourselves, he's put it up pretty well. Datua, I hope I'm saying that right, for the installation. Both these installations, she's put these up and they look great, so thank you very much. Arts of the Continent, which you'll see a lot of the baskets in and around the space. This is a collective that sources handmade goods from all over the continent. They are available for sale, so do support them. They're at Vic Yards, so do go have a look if you guys are building new homes, if you guys are looking for Christmas gifts. Christmas is around the corner. Then we'd like to thank Sfiso for the photo booth, the brands in the marketplace. Thank you guys, it looks great. And thank you for joining us. You really didn't have to, but you're here. Thankful to TFG for helping us with more of the infrastructure, to H&M and Business Sweden again for also helping out with infrastructure. And then, yeah, we'd like to thank Black Brick. Boipelo's been really helpful in particular in terms of, coordinating all of this. Our DJs, you guys haven't seen them, but you're going to see them and you're going to love them. So thankful to you guys. And then finally, to our Swedish partners. It's been 3 years already, so yeah, it's really been great working with you guys. Very grateful for allowing us to continuously create and to tell our story in our way. Really appreciate it. So yeah, in particular Matthias, who you guys have already met, Vugani, Zapeshea, Ambassador Uholt, and then finally somebody who's not here, Heda. Heda has been crucial to this event coming about, and yeah, even though she's not here, I'd like to give thanks to her always. And then finally, Anna Maria from the Swedish Institute. Yeah, really, she's been the driving force from Sweden for the support of this event, so really grateful to her. And then finally, one thing I want to mention, which I think is something that's important for us as the youth to know about. There's a Swedish scholarship which is offered by SI. The areas of focus include gender studies, public health, environmental technology, architecture, etc. And I think this is a great scholarship that I think we should all know about. And yeah, we should really look at that opportunity for you guys to go study further somewhere else where you could gain more perspectives. And I think just given the focus of the scholarship, it aims at diversity and gender equality amongst its scholarship participants. So definitely look into that. And with that long-winded thank you, I'd like to thank you guys, and yeah, enjoy the event.
Designer showcase is downstairs in the basement. So yeah, just down there. Yeah, masterclass something up there. Yeah, and the conversation. Yeah. Alrighty, there is, as Tepa had mentioned, the designer showcase, which is happening downstairs. But right now, we're going to have a really interesting chat. Me, Tanuke, and then we've got Lukanyum Dingi, Xavier Zulu, and Mulifa Kumona. And we're going to be talking about the future of fashion, design, and lifestyle. Okay, cool.
So we'd like to invite them to the stage.
Yeah, sorry. Let's get a bit closer.
Thank you all for joining us. You are three very busy individuals, so we're very honored to have you have been graced with all your presence. I think Kintani will go through a quick profile of our lovely guests.
All right. So first here we've got Xavier Zulu. He's a creative consultant. You might know him for his upcycling work. This jacket he's wearing to be one of them. Big mover and shaker in this industry. Love him. And then next we've got Lukanyum Dingi, who just, might have won the LVMH prize, whatever. Really amazing designer. And then we've got the editor-in-chief of GQ South Africa, Mulifa Kumona. All right, do you want to start us off, things?
Yes. So with the three of you coming from very different perspectives, but still very kind of interactive perspectives on kind of fashion and lifestyle in South Africa, and would obviously have interesting perspective on the above. We'd like to start with a kind of general question where you can all tell me how you feel and reflect on it. Coming off of recent remarks that were made by the President of the Republic on innovations that we're making in environment, technology, and how South Africa is moving forward, that made a lot of criticism from, I guess, the society and the country folk. And we'd like to ask, in a developing country like South Africa, which is wrought with political and socioeconomic hurdles, should we even be prioritizing conversations around sustainable fashion and lifestyles? Is it not somewhat indulgence for us to have a conversation like this? How do you three feel?
I think first and foremost, thank you so much for the platform. I really appreciate it. I think we all safe to say that, this is really important, this conversation is really important. Second to that, I pretty much have been deemed the cowboy of the three of us, so I'll go first. I think, you're right. There's definitely, a lot going on within this country. I think as citizens of this nation, although there's great pride within our nation, we all know that there's a lot that we do need to still kind of address and speak on and really challenge and face. But I don't necessarily think that the conversation around sustainability and fashion and having like a circular kind of industry should really distract or take away from the conversations that already do exist, whether they are from a social, political, or economic kind of point of view. I think there's enough space. I think we see that every day on Twitter, that like there's enough space for us to kind of address and speak on everything, have an equal kind of voice, and allow, and hopefully the intended communities can necessarily have those conversations within those spaces. So yeah, it's really important for it to kind of be an ecosystem.
Yeah, I think I also totally agree, because I think there is space for that, to have those types of conversations. But within sustainability itself, there are other, for example, we're talking unemployment, there are other ways where you create employment within that sector. So definitely an important conversation to have, and important to even focus on. But at the same time, I think with so much of a whole lot of somewhat negative stuff going on, it's also great to shine light on things that are great, to shine light on great advancement that people are quite passionate about.
I don't know how to add more than these guys. I mean, I don't know how. I mean, these have been really great answers. But on my side, I really believe in entrepreneurship. And fashion to me is not necessarily something about clothes or just a lifestyle, but it's really having a platform to create opportunities. And even just within my own business, I've really been in a position to use it as a vehicle to create opportunities for employment, essentially, working with certain groups that actually need the work, and really looking at the human beings and empowering them. So it's again, it's not just a lifestyle thing. I think it's so layered, and business for me is at the forefront of really having something that is essentially sustainable and moving through service and purpose.
Fantastic. Actually, I really love that you brought up sort of the entrepreneurship aspect, because I think we also have to discuss the business that goes into sustainability, because it's very lovely to be green and conscious and stuff, but there is certain barriers that also prevent people from doing stuff, and there's certain economic opportunities you can be looking to. So Lucanio, I'd like to ask you, what are the ideal developments you think you would like to see, at least in South Africa, that would help you, especially in terms of textiles and garment making? What would help you, and what do you think would help other designers become more sustainable, or what are the avenues that you think or would like to see happen?
Yeah, I mean, textiles is a huge thing within our label, and that has been the catalyst in order for us to actually create things that are sustainable, not just the making, but also the human beings behind it. So we're in a position where we're working with different marginalized groups, not just within South Africa, but also within East Africa and Burkina Faso as well. And we realize that there's an extraordinary amount of finesse that comes from craft making and working with these groups, particularly women that are coming from Kailicha. So we are part of, it's essentially an organization called Pilani in Kailicha, and we are in a position where we've had the opportunity to work with them creating textiles, and that in itself has really yielded us in the right direction of creating something that's really honest, but also having a strong social impact. So I think there's a lot of scope, and there's a lot of room and space for opportunities for that to grow, and I think it's also just steadily building the relationship and also bringing more visibility so other people can kind of essentially have a seat at the table and see that there's opportunities there, and how they can also bring themselves to the party.
Right, and kind of coming from that, talking about education and in fashion, and you three represent different parts of the fashion industry. Myself, I've also had a lot of kind of students and things kind of talk to me and show and share their kind of frustration with how they feel very disconnected from the fashion industry. And it's like, when you look at kind of your international markets, the students are already working at the fashion shows. They're already working and interning for the fashion designers. This question is to all three of you, coming from the different avenues that you come from in fashion, how do you think we can better build this bridge between fashion education and what's happening with students and what they're learning in the classrooms, and also having them play an active role in the fashion industry? Because right now we have incredible people like yourself that are going all over the world and doing all these fantastic things, but it's like, how do we let the students be a part of that magic, be a part of that growth? and that's to anyone. Also within the publishing industry, maybe what's your take on that?
I think so. So I think the first thing would be to, like what you say, look at what the challenges are, and be able to. So I know that there's a great deal of internships are a big deal, but depending on where. But I think one trying to create a culture of internships that lucrative enough as well for the intern. So not only to make someone just work and work and work and they don't get something out of it, and also creating a culture of progression. So you've interned for a certain amount of time, then you need to be able to move. It needs to be a requirement that once someone has interned for you for this certain amount of time, they need to move to another position. And I think that comes through with working with big brands that have the money to do this, and also that are able to then, if they, let's say, partner with us, and we say, I know we used to do what we called mini scouting menswear with SA Fashion Week, where what we did is we were a partner in helping find the next menswear designer. What we did as a publication is to profile them, be part of the judging panel. So if we continue to do stuff like that, and also have that person and those people have financial backing, which is absolutely important, because then that makes the difference in one's life outside of just creativity and passion. So I think that's how we can try to address the issue slowly and get somewhere.
Fantastic. Actually, that actually brings me something I'd love to ask you. So I don't know about the rest of you, but I grew up on The Devil Wears Prada and Ugly Betty. Like, my dream was to be an intern at a fashion magazine. And then I grew up and everyone was like, oh, print is dead, right? And everyone's always like, magazine's over. But I don't think that's true. I think physical print might be dead, but fashion media, it's still here. We all, like, that's all we consume all the time. So considering right now we're in an era where nobody looks to magazines as like gatekeepers or the people who decide what's in, what's out, what do you think is the role of the fashion magazine or the fashion media company moving forward?
So I think, okay, yeah, I couldn't hear. I think the first role with brands like ourselves is to do strategic partnerships. So I'll give an example. So as much as we might not be the gatekeepers, we have certain audiences that one's social media, that one's associations and network might not reach. So our positioning and our job there would be able to just then spread the word about people that the wider audience might not know about. Secondly, it would be to be part of the conversation in what we're seeing, let's say international fashion trends, and how we're able to also implement that locally or within Africa, because I have a passion for Africa. And I do agree with you, print is not dead, it's become niche. And also it's become 360. So there's digital, there's social media, and all that. So I think that's the best way that we could push that forward and use our platforms and partner with platforms like these and be able to speak. Yeah.
And Xavier, one thing I really admire about you and the work you've done, especially within creative consulting to all kinds of major brands that I know you hate for people to mention, but he's worked with some of the top brands in the country and internationally and taken that work internationally. I'm just curious, what is, there are so many creatives these days with so many creative perspectives, but for you in the position that you are having this relationship with these major brands, what do you look for in young creative talent? What do you think? Could you summarize certain traits that you think embody the kind of future of fashion in like young fashion talents?
Yeah, I think this industry, and sometimes Tanuki, you know me personally. You know very well that I have the ability to fall off the rails at any point, and it's purely because I'm so passionate about the underdog. I think for me, this industry and all industries have a lot of underdogs, even if, sometimes I'm always stuck in between focusing on young talent, because I feel like a lot of people have had their voices cut short due to resources or accessibility and stuff. So you could be 45 and still need the same shot that a 17-year-old needs, just because unfortunately the resources, the understanding, the awakening of an industry has only caught up to at now. at your time, at this time, presently. So I think whenever I look for just African kind of creators, talents, voices, influences, whatever you want to call it, like it's usually around three kind of key things. It's like your intent as a creator, your purpose, and your voice. So your voice is the most open-ended thing because for me, it's whether you're a lawyer, whether you're a fashion designer, what is your mean of expression? What is your mean of basically claiming space? How do you claim space? So that's your voice. Your intent is like, what are you doing it for? Are you doing it for self? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm very happy for people to be on a podium by themselves, but I think we're at a place right now where we really need to build communities because the impact will only really show once we've kind of come together. And then purpose. Like, I think purpose is a huge thing. I think what I always say is, purpose has become something where, and it's only because I myself keep on asking myself, what is my purpose? And I'm finally at a place in my life where, yes, 7 years of doing, whether it's working with Adidas, Reebok, Levi, whatever the brands I've worked with, I've always had to remind myself, what is the purpose? So what is my purpose in doing this? Is it about saying that I need to find the Locanium dinghy before the LVMH? That's my purpose. When we know that we have a textile and like a textile industry in this country that has shown so much promise before, and due to the resources and the environment that we have today, I then within the brands that I occupy, the spaces that I claim, I need to then channel and find the resources, find the means to find that creator, to then hopefully give them the platform, and hopefully in the relationship I share with them, in the relationship they share with the brand, remind them that this needs to be a community thing. This needs to be a shared mindset. It's a shared accountability between all stakeholders as well. So I think that's like the key things. It's all the little hype stuff as well, but like that's like the core values that I need to see within someone in order to really be able to work with them.
And Malifi, would you have anything to add to that, being from an editorial space?
I absolutely agree with Xavier that we need to. It's just important to root for the underdog, but it's also important for the one who used to be the underdog to now root for that underdog, because you know those challenges, you know what that person is experiencing. So the whole idea, and I know a lot of people call it the open up the industry, is crucial. It's important, and it's something that we should not overlook. And I absolutely agree in terms of intent, extremely important, and also how passionate someone is.
Yeah.
Because when things get tough, passion is what will pull you through. So, yeah.
No, 100%.
I like what you've mentioned about the underdog, and also what you spoke about earlier. Also, we can still have, as much as there's young talent, there's still a lot of stuff we can learn from our grandmothers and stuff. Yeah. So, Lukanya, I wanted to ask you, especially I think in the textile space, it's a very woman-dominated industry, and it's a lot of grannies and aunties and stuff. So, what has that been like working with those kinds of women? Like, what has it been like turning to the older generation, especially, and like, what are the things that you're learning, or the ways that you've changed your practice, or anything like that?
It's incredibly honest. That's what I've realized, and it's quite interesting because a lot of the time you think as you get older, sometimes the skills wane, but these women they literally look like my mom and my grandmother, and to be in a position where I'm able to work with them and for them to teach me their way of just through their spirit is incredibly inspiring, and but it has also highlighted that there's in order for it to continue and for it to be long-term, we do need a younger generation to also learn these skills. And that's where I see there being a little bit of something to look out for. And because we need, like, in order for these skills and the textiles and the development to progress and to continue, we need a younger group of individuals that are willing to do that. And that's what I found hard to find. That people don't really believe in craft the way that they used to in the past. People want something that's quite fast and instant, and there's a lot of time that goes into developing a craft and a skill, and I think it's incredibly special and so beautiful, and to be in a position to do that and to pass that craft down is, I think it's like it's essentially a legacy of some sort, you know. So yeah, I mean that's just a concern that's always on my mind, because a lot of the people that I am working with are mothers that are essentially pensioners, you know, and there's a lot of skill there, and it's quite a scary thing to see that there's still, who's the next generation of people to take that over.
I think also I want to add to that because, you know, even in my personal experience, it's quite interesting, you know, the first time I'd ever kind of worked with Leslie Ann Meyer, who runs her own CMT in Cape Town, and like to Lucanio's point, has this group of mothers that essentially help her produce for some of the biggest commercial brands in this country, all from like, you know, one room, and it's just women that are just putting together these tracksuits and these hoodies and all these things. I'll never forget the moment when I was kind of humbled as well. Just, you know, I walk into the space, and obviously I'm walking in with pieces of denim, just cut up, and then I'm cutting more pieces in front of them. And they're just like, why would you cut something that's complete? And the journey of explaining to them, like, no, this is progress. This is like, there's a purpose to this thing of saying that, like, you put this piece here, you do this, and you, like, just explaining to them sustainability, but actually upcycling, sustainability, like all these buzzwords that we use now. It was humbling to realize that, like, this thing doesn't need to be intellectualized to the highest possible degree. It needs to live with people. It needs to be something that people can consume without necessarily feeling excluded from it. And that's the moment where, like, here I am, and I'm able to use these things and use this context, but now the environment doesn't allow for me to explain it that way. So that journey of working with this team of this, I mean, I deem them my colleagues at this point, it's been 3-4 year journey, and it's so important. Every time I'm reminded and humbled, and they then, as they grow their own confidence and context and understanding of this journey that now they're watching me on, are able then to like kind of pass down their thinking of it. And it's always a very humbling thing, because you're on platforms like this, and I think we have such an acute understanding of what we're trying to do. But when we go back and we have to actually work with the mass, that's the reminder that, like, this thing needs to live with people on a very, like, human level as well.
I also think there's great need. I think there's great need to get these mothers that Lucanio is talking about, to get them in fashion institutions, to be able to teach. Because what has happened and what I've seen over the years is that we usually go for cool. What's cool? Who's cool? So go to the people who actually do the work. Take the fashion students to the people who actually do the work, who tell you put this together. I think then the transfer of knowledge, the wealth of knowledge, is much stronger, because you're not only dealing with the person who's the brand name, you're not dealing with the corporate, but you're dealing with the person who says, I've been doing this for 20 years and here's how it goes. You're doing it, and maybe I learned it through my mother, but you're doing it in a way that is more finesse. But let's get those women, those mothers in fashion institutions. Let's get them to do talks, and maybe sometimes they might not be able to speak the same language. Then let's get a translator. Let's do that, because then the transfer of that wealth of knowledge is going to be seamless and it's coming directly from the source.
I mean, to that point, I was just about to add, and you articulated it so well, is that just in my own experience, it's amazing how many young creatives don't know how many jobs they are in fashion outside of just being a designer, I think, or an editor. Literally, no, people don't know how many, like, they only know the front-facing jobs, and aside from that, they think, and then that's why we have this saturation of just, you know, like, oh, kids that are studying fashion design. But there are so many other vital parts of the industry that maybe aren't as glamorous and sexy as being a fashion designer, but are just as important work, and that supplement that process of design and creation, which I think maybe that's the thing where we have to then speak to, you know, media on, like, are we doing a good enough job at, like, communicating those other sides of the industry, profiling those people that aren't necessarily front-facing designers and influencers, you know, so people know, so that young students, high school students know that, like, you don't just have to be a fashion designer or an influencer or an editor to be a part of this industry. To the next point, I would say, I think what's interesting about where you guys all operate is that, you know, we have a representation of kind of like the underground media and the kind of, like underground fashion media, which is, I think, where Xavier kind of comes in and like dwells a lot in, and then you have Lukanya, who's kind of on both sides, and then you have yourself, which is more the commercial side. Do you think there is a disconnect between what's happening in the streets and like what the kids are actually looking at and interacting with versus what's being represented in commercial GQ pages? Is there a disconnect there? And I think this is the perfect chance to consolidate it.
Listen, I do agree that perhaps to a certain extent there might have been a disconnect along the way. What we are doing and what I'm actively doing is making sure that we are on the streets, but at the same time we still deliver the aspiration, but also be able to meet. It's such an interesting dynamic, but at the same time, I agree with you. Over the years, sometimes there has been a disconnection. We are solidly doing extremely better at it. And with platforms like this, with having conversations with two gentlemen that I'm with on stage, it helps to understand things better. It helps to know what's happening. And then what we then do following this is do more than just to have a talk. So, yeah.
I think, and I've been working on myself. I've really been working on myself how to like answer these kind of questions without like going on a 40-minute rant. Because people that know me. I'll say this. I'll say that 5 years ago I would have said outright, there's no communication between the respective kind of stakeholders. I don't want to see the same cover that I see in US, in South Africa. I don't particularly care much for tabloid media. There's social media platforms that do that. If I'm going to buy this magazine, it's because I actually need to get something from it that I just cannot necessarily find anywhere else. That's 5 years ago. I think today there's a definite like shift and a certain level of like a shared responsibility, and I love also just a shared accountability as to this ecosystem. I think it takes a lot of stakeholders to realize that we all need to chip in. We all need to chip in to really fix this thing. It's not really just a media problem or a designer's problem, or like we all actually need to be actively conscious of the fact that we have the opportunity to just play a role. And even if your role is just for one decision, or it is for 1 year, or it's just for, we all need to do better in it. That said, I think it can only be better from where we are right now. Platforms like this allow for that. The work needs to be done outside of these platforms as well. Then it needs to be continued, it needs to be sustained, and it needs to be sustainable. It needs to be something whereby we know that we're dealing with a crazy population in Africa. I think it's like last time it's like 1.3 billion. There's enough of us to do the work. There is enough of us to do the work, whether it's informally or formally. There's enough of us to do the work. So I think more and more, hopefully these conversations and the people being present, which is also another thing. A lot of the times I used to just point a finger at media. Community and consumer also needs to, do better. They need to be present, I think that's where sometimes that's why I'm in my better state now. I keep on saying shared accountability, shared opportunity, shared, because this ecosystem doesn't necessarily rely on, a single stakeholder. We all need to do a lot better than what we have done in the past.
I just want to add on what Xavier was saying. Our industry is a huge ecosystem, and we all have our roles, whether it's through entrepreneurship and trying to do social impact work, or whether it's through media, or whether it's through consulting. I think if you're able to use your time to focus on where you want to penetrate, I think sorry, I can be a little bit all over the show, but there's a lot happening within South Africa, and there's a lot happening within the world. And my approach with these things is to not to suggest that I'm trying to sway away from media or paying attention to what's happening to I'm so sorry, I'm just getting a bit nervous now.
Doing amazing, Steve.
No. What I'm just actually trying to say is for me, I'm just trying to focus on creating a business that has now become the vehicle to help marginalized groups more than anything else. And everything that's happening within media and the question that you asked, I don't want to say that that's not something that I'm not paying attention to per se, but everybody has their role. And I think you can just, what one should do is just like try focus on do what you can, and then let the other people kind of like, let it all kind of fall into place as one, and see how it all unfolds from there.
I think to add on to that, there's something I always say, that there's enough room for all of us at the table. And I think the moment we not only say it, but we really realize it and it clicks. There's enough room for all of us at the table, and all of us don't have to be doing the same thing. And then when whatever it is has been achieved, it's up to the person who is, let's say, the leader of the project to ensure that each and every person has been acknowledged, because that becomes a problem as well. That's why people decide, you know what, I'd rather do this by myself because I put in 900 hours into that and no one acknowledged me. So there's enough room for all of us at the table to contribute, and contribute as uniquely as we are with our fingerprints. So whatever it is concept you come up with, we might come up with the same concept, but the execution is totally different. So once we get that, I feel like we are going to actively move forward.
That's amazing. And then also, because we are talking about this ecosystem, I think we also leave the consumer out of it a lot. Like, we never really, we'll speak about the industry people, we'll speak about the media and the designers, but we do forget that part of the industry is the consumer as well. And I just want to ask all three of you, what do you think, if you do think there is one, is there sort of a disconnect between your average South African consumer and our fashion industry? And if it's anything you've experienced, and what do you think are the ways we can mitigate that and help that along moving forward?
I think, I'll start. A few weeks ago, I was at a collaboration that we did with a particular brand, and one of the guys were there were asking, how can we get to the point where Batu, Drip, and some of these designers have gotten to? And what I explained is, speaking to the point of disconnect, is we need to get to a place where we don't create things that alienate people, whether through not understanding where the market is at, because it's extremely important to understand where your market is at. Because once you understand where your market is at, you're able to communicate it to the market better, and they're able to consume whatever it is that you are putting out. So I think that's one of the most important things. And also understanding how the market consumes. So, for example, if the culture in South Africa is not online buying, for example, it's just an example, I'm not saying that's what it is, then you need to understand that, okay, cool, if I'm someone who wants to have my stuff out there, how do I communicate with this particular market? Because this market consumes this differently compared to an international market, which I have. So the moment we're able to understand that market and not take them for granted and not think we're better than, we're telling you what's up, then the market is going to be like, okay, then maybe just your people could just engage in that and consume.
As a designer that sells clothes, and we've been doing this for 8 years, I've realized that you actually have to pay attention to your customer, how they move, get their feedback, because it allows you to do better, essentially. And it also, you're in a position where you can pivot if you need to. And as he previously mentioned, there are so many different markets. And I think if you're able to understand the one that you're trying to penetrate and see what their needs are, that's how you can really see how you can use your business and also what you're trying to essentially sell to penetrate the market and to provide for what they're essentially needing and wanting.
Yeah, I think, for me, I'm looking at this from kind of two angles. So obviously as like what I do at Xavier Zulu of upcycling everything else, and then as a creative consultant, as a designer, for me, I've always appreciated like co-op design. Like I honestly believe that like I'm designing whatever my audience tells me. Like when I know like someone can like come up to me and be like, yo, I need a jacket that I can wear and that my girl can also wear. I'm like, cool, I need to consider that. That means I need to consider sizing. That means I need to consider fits. I need to rethink patterns and everything else to make a single garment that can do that. When they say my hands are a bit too short to fit, like that's literally how I design. I've literally sold things to a customer, and then they come back to me like, the pockets and this, can you do? And I work with them to actually just then further develop a individualistic experience of my product. So that's a huge thing, because I think, a lot of the times amongst, umsangano, like amongst like the nonsense that's on Twitter, people do tell you what they want. And that's, like people do actually actively tell you what they want. And then that's where then the creative consultant idea comes in. I'm like, you as a brand, you as a sportswear brand or otherwise, you don't have to do it alone. You don't have to like think about everything. Sometimes you could just listen. You don't have to speak to your consumer. It would be great sometimes just for a brand to listen to the consumer and just spend the time also really taking stock of what your consumer are telling you, all of them, and then making products, making experiences, designing around them. And I think that's where sometimes, that's where a lot of the times where I, humbly, without arrogance, my success has been, is just being able to really ensure the fact that as a brand, I don't expect the brand to always get it. Then let me just sit down and fine tune and understand what our consumers are saying, and then go back to the brand and say, listen, you might need to just redesign this, rethink this, change the pricing of this, don't have it at this location, you're alienating people. Like, I think there's a lot, because imagine, the conversations are many.
Yeah.
The language is many. Every day it's discourse. Discourse on this, like you can't just laugh anymore. It must be discourse. So imagine if you're the brand manager, you're the fashion editor, you have so many commercial objectives and KPIs. No one cares about KPIs on Twitter. There's no KPIs on Twitter. So it's the responsibility of people like myself to occupy those spaces, understand them, be close to them, engage, participate in it, make my own mistakes, and understand my own levels of discourse to be able then to translate back to just to ensure the fact that the brands that exist within this nation exist for its consumer, as opposed to having the same archetype that they might have in London, New York, and otherwise.
And I think to what you're all saying is that I think what's dangerous with fashion people and fashion lovers is that fashion, as we know, it is such a global experience.
Yeah.
So we can get so caught up and lost in, like, we're thinking what's cool in London, what's cool in New York and Paris and all those places. But we don't live there. We live in South Africa. And what works and what makes sense here is completely different because we have a different infrastructure. And I think we often, as creatives, whether in fashion design, whether in media, we just lose sight of that. And we're just so caught up in like what's internationally cool and not what's locally cool and what has local appeal. With that, I think in terms of talking to the people and hearing what the people have to say, I think we should bring this conversation open to the audience. Does anyone have any questions, any notes, any comments that they would like to offer up to the people sitting on the stage there? We only have one mic. Can you project, or should I bring the mic to you?
Diaphragm.
Okay.
I guess I just wanted to have something to say. It's not really a question, but I think when it comes to a lot of young people that are in the design space, media, or whatever, creative in general, I think that it's important for us to also educate ourselves. Also go onto the internet, see what we can do. If I wanna design a particular garment, you know what I mean? Like, educate yourself about the different types of denims that I could find, what makes sense for the environment that I'm in, both economically and environmentally too. So I just wanted to say, when it comes to a lot of young people, they really, sometimes, I don't want to be mean or anything, but sometimes it's, oh, where do you get your t-shirts printed? I want the printer that you got.
Yeah.
And if they don't understand the time that a person takes to researching and finding different ways to create the garment they make, they really, a lot of streetwear owners these days just want, a quick fix.
The plug.
A quick fix, And sometimes you go to a CMT and it's the wrong CMT, it takes 3 years or 5 years for you to get the right people that are going to do what you need them to do, and you're going to have a great relationship with it.
Yeah.
So I just feel as though go out there, come to spaces like this, educate yourself to expect to find that one person that's gonna mentor you and just show you all the ropes. Sometimes you're gonna have to be in the streets, you're gonna have to walk from work to you're gonna have to walk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't speak much about the struggle that comes into entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
And also
Yeah.
the beauty in that struggle and the opportunity that we have to educate other people to educate themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Fantastic.
definitely want to add to
Yeah.
that.
No, I want to add to that as well. I mean, is my mic still on?
I think so.
It is hard work to build a business, and it is hard work to build these networks. But with that being said, I do think it's important to share the networks, because if you're able to share the networks, it's you're penetrating a larger demographic, you're penetrating a lot more people essentially. So don't have short hands, you know. Like if you have the opportunity to share your networks and those that you're working with, I'm totally for that, because like even though it took you a long time to find those people and to find those individuals that you're working with, essentially it's a community that you're building. So don't pertain yourself from sharing. I actually think that you should share, especially with those that like have so much potential.
And to Lucanio's point, the irony of Lucanio saying that is that, you know, I don't have any formal education in fashion. I think most of us either come from the school of YouTube or Google or of Not and Three, and you know, most of us just, you know, it's strata. Like that's where most of us have learned these things. The very garment I'm wearing now is a direct result of the fact that Lucanio was generous enough to have given me his pattern maker. Mind you, this was in Lucanio's, like, I can't even say peak or prime because I think your journey is still so long, but I think this is, you know, deadlines for Fashion Week, and this is deadlines, and still took the time to just be like, no, this is the person. Like, cut, because I did the Googles, I did everything else, and numbers didn't work, and people just didn't speak the same language, and it just became this whole thing. And that is the journey, sure, but this very garment is a result of that, and I think that's where the idea of you're not going to be doing this alone. We don't have the infrastructure to do this. You have to be such an outliner. I can't even say that you're 1% at that point to really, from beginning to end, do this whole thing alone. You couldn't have. I think when you look at a lot of the people that at least I idolize, you know, we don't get a Kid Cudi without the work of, you know, the people behind it. We don't get a Travis Scott or all these different people. We don't get the designers that we get. When we actually create platforms like this and we're able to share the honest truth of like, yeah, there's so many garments that didn't make it because I was trying to learn on the fly and that wasn't good enough for that. And then I had to reach out. At some point I had to reach out because I had failed and I had to reach out to a community. So I do think, yes, 100%, learn, fail, progress, never perfection. Like, go through that journey. That's the journey. That's like the thing that no one should and could ever take from you. Because I also understand the other side of saying that, like, but that's my source. So when I'm being DM'd and some kid is like, yo, how did you make that? I'm like, how am I going to translate the fact that I literally had a dream with my grandmother? And we're like conceptualizing this thing together. How do I just give that to you? And I think that is something where it's, yes, it's the fault of, but I think we're so past that we actually just need to just humble ourselves sometimes and remove ourselves of that anger and kind of just have eye-level conversation with people just to say, listen, this is not how you're going to achieve. You need to have your own individualistic journey in order to have your own voice, define your purpose, come to your own awakening in order to, because a lot of what we've learned, you know, institution kind of education, like we have formal education, that's great. But Lord knows the 4 years that I spent at Vega versus the 7 that I've spent in life, talking to people, sharing information, like learning and failing in front of people, that's like, I couldn't pay for that.
I think another really great takeaway from what was said is also that you have to remember that like fashion, I think we all have this idea that everything in fashion actually moves fast, and it doesn't. I mean, nothing, like industrially, it hasn't changed since the 1800s. Like the sewing machines work the same as they did then.
Yeah.
It is a slow business. It is time and it is learning. Like, and that's a really good thing we have to remember. And that's a normal part of it. Like, where you don't even really need a formal education for it. It's so intuitive. It's a learned over time thing. There's no amount of exams you can do to figure out how something works. You just have to be there.
Yeah.
And then I think we had another question there.
Yes.
Do you want the microphone?
So I just want to play devil's advocate for a second on the open up the industry question. Having listened to all of our panelists and having heard your stories of struggle and awakening and a dream and discovering purpose and developing your own voice, right? I think what we sometimes have access or know or have the right networks to have access to opportunity. But then you have someone like Xavier who say, like, this is how I struggle. This is my struggle from the street of New York and free. And that's how you made your way in the industry, right?
Yeah.
And that's how you, had your open up into the industry. And I think even with this generation, it's so much crazier because we now have things like Upwork, Fiverr, Alibaba, and there's drop shipping, Shopify. You can create, like, there's so many tools apart from the traditional brick and mortar, right? Is it time maybe that we have a conversation? Yes, open up the industry in the sense that we can't have a monopoly, there can't be a monopoly on the voices and the perspectives. There needs to be, a multitude of a myriad of perspectives,
Yeah.
a myriad of participants, etc. But that you're actually going to have access to a platform or start a business or consult as a creative or anything that you're going to do in the industry is, I feel, considering the space that we're in now and the opportunities that are available now, and the barriers of entry that have been lowered because of technology, right? Is it a time maybe that we shift the conversation of, open up the industry to and engaging that sense of entitlement, but also what are you doing, individually? And I think that for everyone.
Yeah.
So I'm in the marketing of it, publicity, but I know there's designers and makers and production, etc. So I think, what are your perspectives on that?
Can I be so honest with you? The average 16-year-old doesn't want to hear your conversation. Like, the average 16-year-old doesn't even want to hear what you have to say, because I think they come from a place of they're seeing the end product. They're never seeing the process. And I don't blame them, because that's where, again, I told you I'm trying to be better as a person. We're needing to share that more. I can't just say that, no, I was in Dubai, I retailed, I was at Salt XP, Kumnandi, then I was at Amsterdam, because that's all they're seeing. They're not seeing the fact that I'm cutting patterns on my kitchen table. They're not seeing that I had to walk from this place. Like, that's where the accountability comes from. That's me. I need to also equally share with them to be like, yo, fam, actually, I had to sell 10 pairs of shoes to get to Dubai. I then landed in Dubai with $1 Porto with 7 Rand and 97 cents in my account. How do you land in the richest city in the world? God is good, guys. Listen, God is good. But, like, that's the thing. And that's where, even for me, I've had to realize that a lot of kids, and I say kids, but what's weird about this time right now is that our OGs, like, I always compare it to how, like, Snoop Dogg calls Pharrell nephew. I'm like, but you're 40-something, and then you're 50-something. Like, we're in a space right now where we're so close to each other in age and experience that I don't have to talk down to you. That's why I keep on saying it needs to be an eye-level conversation, because I'm not far from you. Yeah. Where, like, you think Lukanyum Dingi, and you think because of what the Wikipedia page says, but when you look at experiences, it's the same. We're actually experiencing the same thing. So that's why we do need to be humble. We do need to have eye-level conversation. And yeah, at times, cool. The average 16-year-old might look at me and be like, yeah, but boy, I'm trying to go to Dubai though. Like, so you're just telling me if I upcycle one or two things, like, like that's like, oh, so that's how you got, like, that's how you work with Levi's? Like, that's it? It's like, nah, dog. Nah, like, that's not it. And I think that's why, again, I hate intellectualizing conversations like this, because I miss the mass. I want to speak to you in the same vernacular, in the same language, so you understand the journey and the process. And then we then have space for everyone to intellectualize and add different, like, facets of it. But I also understand that, like, yes, there are times when I've worked with people from a creative consulting point of view, and they're like, yeah, so how do I get this campaign for this brand? And I'm like, do you not see, like, the 20 other people that are putting in the work behind you? I said to one creator, I was just like, understand in life, there's always one person ahead of you or one person behind you. So claim space and ensure the fact that you understand your purpose because there's always someone behind you that might have a much better understanding. And there might be someone ahead of you that might not even have that understanding, that has a much better sense of resources and accessibility. So it is on you. It can't just be a why me and like open up, and then you're gonna get into these spaces and do what? With no tools, with no understanding, with no context, with no respect for the environment. That's where I think a lot of the times, those are the hard conversations that we need to have, and I think we need to have them one by one. It can't just be a spray and pray approach and just like, we do have to, for the person that comes to me after this, I have to have that conversation with them one-on-one to share those experiences.
I think in terms of the open up the industry, I think from my perspective, it's not really to open up so that everyone can get in. It's what it is to show that there's not only one face for this. So if we've been profiling the same face over and over and over again, we're saying, no, okay, that's that face, but there's also actually 20 other people who are doing equally excellent, but they might just be doing it differently. So that's the approach, at least.
We have one more question over there in the lovely green dress. Do you want the microphone?
I think so, yeah.
The projection. My sister.
Well, very nice to meet you, and thank you for having me. It's very nice to be here. I just want to say I came to South Africa 2 years ago after living for 10 years in New York, where I worked in the luxury industry, in the high fashion industry. And there's so much that has been said that is so great. But one of the things that you guys said, I think it was you, was like, we are not living in London, we're not living in New York. And I think that's a very good point. And I also want to say that I don't think you guys should forget that most of the Western countries now are very much looking at Africa. Sorry, I'm not a good speaker, I get nervous. But so yeah, we are actually looking at you instead of the other way around as well, where everybody's looking on the media at, oh, what's happening in New York and everything. But I can say, living a decade in New York, you see very much now that people getting inspired, big designers getting inspired by what's happening here. Yeah. So very much keep doing what you're doing, because you're doing great work. And another point that I wanted to make is talking about sharing. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm never speaking in public. Is that you guys could do internships. When I came to New York in 2008, I interned with like the biggest fashion stylists. First, I flew myself for free for a year. I worked for big magazines for free. Yeah. I don't know how the internship situation is here in South Africa, if there is really a base for that. But mentorship is, I think, a very, very important thing to do. And like talking about like the aunties and the grandmas that have so much knowledge, you could also take somebody under your wing and say like, listen, if you really want to learn, then you have to stick around for not one day a week, but really stick around for at least 6 months or a year, and I will be able to teach you what I've learned in the past. And this way, young generation will also see that it's not what you say. It's not just, okay, today I'm making a pattern and tomorrow I'm flying to Dubai, but actually there goes a lot of sweat and tears and your own money into what you're making. And I think it's you can't change every 16-year-old right away, but you can definitely change this one step by step, and you can do one person first, and that's what I have always done. When I was in New York, I always had somebody until they spread their wings and they went on to bigger publications or to other places, and they still will reach out to you and say like, hey, I got my first job, like how do I do the calculation of this budget, like can you help me with this? So I think it's all about sharing and passing on. That was my part.
Absolutely. And I agree with our with her in that I think one of the biggest things that we consistently think of, but we also consistently forget, is the USP that we have as Africa. I think we think about it, we say it, but then we forget it. So I think that for as long as we continue to see ourselves as less than somehow, we won't realize how we've got that unique selling point, and that's what someone from New York, Europe, wherever is coming through to see. So, and that's what we're trying to do, to make sure that we understand that unique selling point and how can we deliver that to the people we service within Africa and also the world.
Yeah. I think that's huge, actually.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Oh,
I think
is
there's
there one more question? Oh, I'm so sorry. We'll send it down.
People who didn't have much to say, we spoke a lot.
Hey.
Hi, everyone. This might sound like a dumb question, but I'm, like, as a fashion enthusiast and stuff, I really love when people who are the experts kind of like give an insight on trends. So when is nostalgia ending? Like, when are we ending it? Like, when is 90s revival ending, 80s, 60s? Because I see 60s and 50s coming back a little bit. But like you know how I look back at like the 1900s, like the 10s, 20s, you can really pinpoint that every decade had a look.
Yeah.
And even going further, you can see the subcultures of every look. But I kind of find, less so much in South Africa than like Western, but I find like the 2010s and like 2020, you can see, okay, fine, we're doing baggy jeans, it's the 90s, we're doing this, it's the 60s, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you guys see nostalgia continuing, or do you see it coming into like its own, like our own look that you can really pinpoint and be like, this was South Africa in 2020, what?
I'm just thinking, why does nostalgia have to end? You know, like, I mean, time is the only thing that's definite. Time is the only thing that's moving forward. And looking back, looking at archives, looking at eras and periods, I mean, it's so good to have some sort of revival of something from 20 years ago, from 30 years ago, from like 5 decades ago. I don't think it's something that should come to an end. I think it's a continuous thing that just is perennial, actually.
Yeah, I think also, you know, for me, what's something about that also says that maybe we're just not being serviced in the present. Like, I think we need to be honest about, you know, the things that we call for if we're actually ready for them. And I think that's just an overarching, that's the discourse. That's like an overarching kind of like thing to leave you with, is that I think we keep on looking back because there's something that we're just not being fed, not being serviced, we're not feeling it the same way we felt it before. This intangible thing that lives, you know, every time we joke about certain poses that our parents used to do, you know, and their photos, and then we replicate them now. There's a feeling, you know, we can't explain this thing, and then we're constantly trying to bring it in because, yes, we're trying to give space for it to live now, but possibly to ignite something that may then be the 2010 this and the 2020 this. I think we need to give ourselves space and agency to kind of figure out what is that, you know, thing, because also we're stuck in the idea that, you know, we're living in it. Yeah. Like when you call upon moments, I just keep on thinking about like, and maybe I'm showing my age here, like I keep on thinking about like the JJ's era of like the skinny jeans. I keep on thinking about the plaid and camo era, the Wiz Khalifa, like the snapback era, and like all those things. Those are the only things right now that were like pop, you know, kind of culture things, but we were there. So I think sometimes, like, yes, when you do stop and think about like what is the present thing and why do we keep on pulling, is because we're living in it. But if you do give yourself space and agency, you do realize that, yeah, we have already experienced certain things, you know, that are very 20s. Like, that's why we have these terms, I'm a 2000, all these, like, because we're living in it, but you guys are actively creating these moments as well. Sorry, I think I messed up. I think I'll create another question.
No, but I think what you're saying is so valid, because, sorry, I just love questions on trends and forecasting and all of that. And if you look at the history of fashion, fashion has always been referential. Always. It is always built upon something that's come before. You know, so when you look at, when you're in it, when you're in the source, it feels like, oh no, but this is just a copy of that. But I'm like, yeah, but in the 90s, you saw a lot of 60s influence in that. When you're in the 70s, they were wearing, like during the whole hippie love era, they were wearing a lot of thrifted goods from the 50s. So it's always been referential. And then every generation brings a little bit more to it. So, you know, during, like, now that we're just a bit removed from like the hypey streetwear era, you can say, oh no, that was actually its own thing. And then when you look at it in 10 years, you're going to be like, wow, that was actually its own era and generation. The awkward hipster period that was in like 2010. At the time, it didn't feel special, but you know, when you look at the skater skirts, you're like, oh wait, that was its own thing, that was its own trend. So currently it can feel a bit boring and like, oh, nostalgia, but I think this generation is bringing something new to it, and when we're once removed from it, we'll see a lot has changed, and it will be its own innovative moment. But I really do think we are running out of time now, so we have to close this discussion.
There's one more question.
One more. Oh. Our last one. All right.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. 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 Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, please go.
Yeah. I think it just needs to be penetrated within the institutionalized system, actually.
Yeah.
That's the foundation of when you're learning about, when you embarking on these degrees. Like, you need to make sure that the curriculum or the course itself has those things of understanding the business of fashion. And as an entrepreneur and as a designer myself, like, huge struggles when I graduated, because there was such a huge gap. There's so many things that I had missed about supply chain, distribution, and all of those things. So institutionalized spaces, colleges, universities, like, they need to make sure that they're focusing on the business of fashion, and not talking about just a business plan, but really the intricacies of also working with a buyer, working with distribution. All of those things that come in between, you really need to put that within the system.
I think also just to that, that's like, your formal education. For the many that aren't as fortunate to go to your lifestyles and everything else, that's where the informal comes in. That's when the need to share information comes in. And to be honest, for me, it's like, I'm fortunate enough to have worked with brands and to work for brands that I see from a global point of view why they're selling a t-shirt at 4499. And I need to then make sense of that information. I go through my own experiences, and then I make sure that I pass that on to the next person, because now you're trying to compare your t-shirt price with Stussy. you're not in the same, the conversation is not the same as to why can Stussy sell this at 600. I remember the stylist made this comment on Twitter, and I practice restraint. I practice restraint because I'm like, the conversation is not the same. Don't expect Ubuntu, what's the Alex now to understand why, or what's the Sentin, or what's it like a kid that's just trying to be like these brands that they idolize. Be graceful. They can't make the full thing, the full understanding of why one brand can do this and why you can't. That's where we need to, as people, then share that information. And it's the one thing whenever people ask me, like, for anything that I produce, why is there no size curve? I say simple. I can't afford a size curve. It costs me money to make a small, medium, large, extra large. In this country, I might not sell as many smalls because we understand as Africans and as people, it's very rare to find a triple X, like a triple XS and stuff, explaining that to a kid to say, yo, you're better off actually focusing then on your pattern and your styling and everything else to convince people like why that I'm selling now this jacket that can be worn by 3 different body types. That's the craft. That's the thing about purpose, intent, all those things that you need to understand also what works for you, because we can't all afford a size curve. And that business of fashion can't just be a web page. It does need to be a conversation. You've already done the first thing. You've asked the question. I think that's where, like, yes, space, I know we're running out of time, sorry, but that's where then the space to platforms like this does need to also ask the very same people that you have here, because we can all explain why. Why was I able to sell this for 5,000 Rand in this country when it's the same price as Gucci? It's like, that's where we need to start understanding how is that possible. So yeah, more time for the next one.
And just to say, just to close now, as you can see, thank you for being a part of this panel discussion. This crowd alone is filled with so many incredible voices and people. Use this time. The fact that you're here and the fact that you're in this conversation means that you've already taken those steps to create a better future of fashion within South Africa, within Africa, and to the world. So during the break, in between the times between the master classes and eating and everything, use this time to network and talk to people. Talk to Manifa, talk to Lucanio, talk to Xavier. I'm sure you guys will lend your ear and you guys will have something important to say, and talk to the other people in the crowd who've shared their voices and walk away with something, make that connection. But we have to close. Unfortunately, we have to close. We can talk all day, but we have to close. I think next up you are going into the masterclass, which is...
It's Joe Lawson, right? Yes. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll let you guys know when the masterclass starts.
Thank you.
So let's go drink.
Thank you.
Sorry, in terms of... Hello, I don't know if it's on. In terms of the food, so we do have a meal allocation for every guest. So if you walk inside this main door onto your left, there's a lady who's wearing all black, part of the ushering team. Just go to her, say your name, she'll look at the list, and then she'll give you a coupon. And then you're welcome to get a meal at the restaurant over there. And then in terms of beverages, there's a cash bar to my right, so please make use of that. Obviously, the photo booth. Please support the marketplace businesses during this break, please, please. And then, as we've mentioned, there's a designer showcase. If you walk down over there on the left, you'll see it. Just walk straight down. On your right, you'll see it. The designer showcase is there, and the fashion film is also playing there, which is something that has been put together by, I think, 9 African fashion designers, sustainable fashion designers. So please check that out. And then any last messages? No, that is all. So please feel free to walk around and enjoy the space. And then at 11:30, the first masterclass will start. 1:30, what am I saying? At 1:30, the first masterclass will start here with Jonas Larsson, who's an associate professor from the Swedish School of Textiles. So that will be on the role of technology in the sustainable fashion ecosystem. So 1:30, we'll meet you back here. Otherwise, feel free to walk around. Thanks.
Thank you.
Potia opa muketa mamutuku litekali ya temeka Pako segali kesi lesoto wenage Banze ba unyupa nyupa bayao Mariba ya ikitla Bafula muswang Joe Ufo ufala bajang Awele Jonawe 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 Rashwela kafu Rafael like a Mpatla latsani fihlile bua Marotodi ya
Hey guys. Hey everyone. Could I get your attention, please? Everybody having a meal. Do you guys mind starting to make your way back for the second part of our program, please? Thank you. Yeah, yeah.
Like getting people back, it's like herding cats, you know?
Especially if there's food.
I don't know if I can talk.
Yes. Hey guys, second call. Please, can you guys start making your way back to the main stage area for the second part of our program? Thank you. Cool. Yeah, I think we'll get it started, and then people can join, as they get done with lunch. So cool. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the first of our master classes. This class will be around the role of technology in a sustainable fashion ecosystem. With this class, we hope to engage around what sort of technologies and what sort of systems and ecosystems that we can start to build locally that fits our context. And we hope to lean on Associate Professor here, Jonas Larsson from the Swedish School of Textiles, who can share his insights as somebody who's considered an expert in this field. So just to get the class started, my name is Tsepo, as I did say earlier. My role at Rewoven is I'm the Chief Operations Officer. So I basically manage the day-to-day running of the business, which generally includes looking at the systems and looking at how it is that we could better improve how it is that we do what we do, and how we go about implementing and achieving the goals that we've set out, which is obviously to divert textile waste from landfill and contribute to a sustainable fashion ecosystem locally. So yeah, I'm gonna hand over to Jonas here, who can let you guys know who he is, his experience, and what drives him.
Thank you very much, Seppo. First, let me say I'm very honored to be here. I'm honored to have invited to the literally other side of the world for me. It's a great time to be here also, because at home in Sweden it's awful weather right now. So this is sort of opposite as well. Let's see if I can get my slide going here, or my slides. Do you see them? No? Oh, now they are, yeah. I was invited here to speak about the role of technology in a sustainable fashion ecosystem. And I work at the Swedish School of Textiles and Science Park Borås. And I am currently involved in something called Textile and Fashion 2030, which is a governmental mandate to help Swedish small and medium fashion enterprises to become more sustainable. What we're essentially doing is we're helping them to create a systematic approach to sustainability. Right now we're working with 170 companies. So I think it's going quite well. So what about me? Well, I'm Jonas Larsson. I am a father of Erling, 2 years old. This is a picture from the summer. I'm a vertical. This is on the trampoline. Yeah, I was going to take a cute end of summer Instagram picture, but it never happened. Yeah, I'm a vertical person. I like gravity sports like mountain biking and surfing and skiing and stuff like that. And my purpose with what I do every day is to eliminate waste from apparel and textile value chains. So relating to what Xavier said earlier, this is my purpose. And I hope I'm doing it right. And I think that you will see this purpose in all of the projects that I have been involved in.
Tell me, Jonas, before I let you move on, what got you into this area? What got you passionate about this particular problem?
I have always been passionate about environment. I started to think about this when I was in high school a lot, and wanted to develop sustainability indexes back then. But I was advised not to by our teacher. But then I kept on doing this, and then in university I studied production technology and logistics. And then I get to study the lean manufacturing principles. And
so
then
in engineering, sorry.
Engineering, yeah.
Okay,
so I'm an engineer, yeah. So then I got into how to remove waste from textile value chains. And I think if we look at the data, I mean, then it's pretty obvious. I think 50% of the climate impact comes from waste. So if we could just do useful things, I'm pretty certain that we could continue to consume fashion in a democratic way without feeling too bad about it. But we have to remove waste. And waste comes in many different shapes and forms.
Okay. Cool.
So when I was invited to come here, I was very honored, and I was very happy. I'm still happy that I'm here, and I was happy. And then it struck me, I'm going to fly. I'm going to fly all over the world for a 2-hour masterclass. So I brought this big, black, carbon cloud with me here. So I have had a ton of anxiety over that cloud. And then it struck me, okay, but in order to sort of make up for this, if I can be very inspiring here today, maybe, and then you can make choices that sort of remove some of the damage.
Then you're somewhat carbon neutral.
Yeah, somewhat carbon neutral, yeah. But I also don't want to, hand that over to you. So I take on the responsibility to be inspirational. Yeah.
I don't doubt you for a second.
So how I thought that this couple of hours would unfold is something like this. This is, I think, I just wanted to introduce this idea of the double design diamond, because it's rather useful for if you want to have workshops or something like that, or if you want to just make a project and have some form of structure to it. And the diamonds is essentially how we expand our ideas and how we focus them, and how we expand them again, and how we focus them, and how that's a process. And I'm going to try to follow that process. And I from this morning's talk here, I understood that this is a rather interactive audience.
Yes.
So I don't think it's going to be difficult to get you speaking. That is always, when you don't know the audience, it's always a bit nervous to whether. But you are talkative, so that's going to be fine.
Yeah, and I think that's how we'll find value in having those classes. If you guys actually interact, if you don't understand anything, ask. If you have opposing views, that came through really well in this morning session. Like, people have opposing views, and my belief is that opposing views are actually complementary because it increases everyone's perspective. So, yeah, if you've got opposing views to anything that me and Jonas are saying up here, please do challenge us. We want this class to be challenging, we want it to be interactive, and we want it to be conversational. So it mustn't just be us two chatting. Yeah. So talk to us, please.
Yeah, and feel free to ask whenever you like.
Yeah,
you don't have to wait for the next free space. Just ask. So we're going to do something like this. Normally what you do is you formulate a question, you explore what has impact, you define possibilities, you write this design brief, you explore ideas and solution, evaluate ideas, and then deliver results. So something like that. So, but what I want to start with, and I want to explain a little bit how I think. I think it's irrelevant. I think it is relevant, not irrelevant. And when we work a lot with the circular economy at the Swedish School of Textiles and Science Park Borås, and that is, and there are lots of useful tools in that toolbox. But very often when we speak about circularity, at least in the Swedish context, we focus on recycling material. So we want to collect material, we want to chemically break it down to new polyester or new viscose, and we want to make new material out of that.
Can I ask a question there?
Yeah.
You mentioned chemical recycling, and that being the focus for Sweden. Why are you more inclined towards chemical over mechanical?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think I will come to a little bit later why my doubts of chemical recycling
Okay.
and why I prefer other types of recycling.
Okay.
But I think, so I don't know. I think that one of the reasons are we have H&M, and they want a stable supply of material. So I think that might have something to do with it. And also IKEA. They are, I think, dependent on large volumes of predictable quality of the materials.
Okay.
So they can't have a little bit of that and a little bit of that. They have to have large volumes of one material.
Okay.
So I think that's one of the reasons why. But I don't know. But anyway, so how we often think is that either circularity, it can either be a circular design or a circular material or a circular business model. But this isn't really true because I see it as there's no trade-off between these. You can't have a great circular material that can loop in infinity, and then you have an awful design or an awful business model. So if your business model produces 50% overproduction that nobody wants to buy, but you're doing this with a great material, then that doesn't make it circular. So we have to think about these three, and we have to make sure that they sort of move upwards and forward together in some way. And I think this is this is how we see circularity. And from today, if you only bring one thing from this lecture, it's this slide. So Seppo, I don't know if you can see it, but
no,
it's behind you there. So there is a group, it's called the Delegation for Circular Economy in Sweden. They have developed a very nice way of relating to circular design. And it's this. You have the circular design principles on the left, and you have the use phase, or prior to use or after use, on the horizontal axis. So I think it's, as a designer or as a product developer or as a developer of the business model, I think it's relevant to ask yourself how, prior to use phase, how do we design out waste and pollution? So how do we make sure that this garment uses as little resources as possible, and that we sell as close to the customer as possible to minimize overproduction? And then during use, how do we keep material and products in use? So how do we make sure that, like Sneaker Shack here, how do they help people keeping things alive or keeping shoes alive? How do we, do that on a larger scale? How do we make sure that products and materials are kept alive? And then after use, how are these products and materials brought back into circulation? But also here is important that how do we regenerate natural systems? Because the fashion and textile industry has done so much damage to environment already. So we really have to think about how can we work with restorative technologies or methods.
Is that more inclined to like working with the agricultural sector?
Yeah.
Super.
Exactly. So working within the natural loops or natural cycles. So we have for water, carbon, rock, nutrition cycles, phosphorus cycle, and a few more. And how can we not disturb them and have a fashion system that is within those cycles? And I will come back to that later in the presentation. We're going to speak about technology here.
Yeah.
But I don't think we can speak about technology without also thinking about cultures and politics. And because these seems to move together. So if you have a newly developed technology, like let's say the internet, for example, that's a rather new developed technology. It's difficult for the politicians to keep up with the development on the internet and putting new laws in place because it moves so fast.
Yeah.
And the culture, develops on the internet. And it's the same with
Facebook.
Facebook, for example.
The role of Facebook, yeah.
Goes way too fast. Yeah. And the politicians can't keep up.
Yeah.
And then this new culture is created with this new technology.
Regulation is always catching up.
Yeah.
Never really in front of.
Exactly.
In front of
so and that's
innovation, yeah.
And if these three if one move too fast, then the other two won't keep up, and then you sort of risk to rip the fabric of society apart if you do this, if these movements are on too big scale.
Do you feel as though regulation should be at the forefront?
Yeah, so very good question with regulation, because this is a very local debate for Sweden now that we've had, but we've had two new regulations that has been that they want to set in place. One is product responsibility, that the brands become responsible for the garments in the use phase and in the after use phase.
Yes.
And the other one is chemistry tax, that we wanted to remove all the chemicals essentially from garments, all the dangerous chemicals.
That's a big challenge.
That is a big challenge. And why these two examples are interesting is that in one of the cases with the product responsibility, the government developed that together with the industry.
Okay.
And then it was accepted by the industry.
I think a similar thing is happening in Cape Town with producer responsibility and factories and manufacturers having to be more responsible for what it is that they produce and what happens in the, like you're saying, with the product after its life cycle.
Yeah.
So I think not too far behind South Africa. Behind, no? Yeah, I love that.
But then came the chemistry tax, and that was done not in collaboration with the technology and the industry, and then it was that was not well received at all.
I imagine.
So then they sort of they didn't care about the culture within the industry. They did it on their own, and then they didn't work. So we have to sort of think about these things together when we develop our systems.
Tell me, if we're working collaboratively, do you not think it takes too long, especially with the back and forth that generally exists between states and corporates?
Yeah.
Do you not think it will take too long, especially given if we just look at the conversation around COP26 and the sort of timeline that we're working with?
Well, exactly, and it takes too long. It feels like it takes too long.
Okay.
Because this process, to me, seems to take forever. We have developed for 15 years different solutions to the problems that the industry is facing, and for me, nothing seems to happen. So this dynamic is super frustrating, because I think it's just taking too long. But it seems to be the way it has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just decided to live with that. Yeah.
Okay. Is it not something that frustrates you as you're a doer, you're an engineer. Engineers are generally doers. So when you're working on a problem as big as this, do you not feel frustrated at the pace at which change is happening?
Super frustrated.
How do you stay with it then?
No, but I just no, that's I don't know.
It's part of the job, I guess.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah. And also, just a little bit. So maybe this one is the one that's helping me. So I don't know if you can have a look. So why we have to fantasize and why we have to stay ahead of the politicians and everything. So I think about innovation something like this, that we have the things. We have a sort of level of innovation on the left here, and we have time on the horizontal axis. And we do things on different levels. We have the stuff on imperative level. They are the things that we have to do, and that I, as a researcher, can't do much about. Then there are the things that we can do. Those are maybe the things that we have developed 10 years ago, but they have now come in place and are the things that we can do. And then are the things on aspirational level. These are the things that we can only fantasize about. But we have to fantasize now, because within a couple of years, the things on aspirational level will have reached actionable level. And then in a few more years, the things on actionable level has reached imperative level. So maybe this is why how I sort of stay alive or stay sane, is that I know that I have to keep on imagining things, because that's we have to imagine 10 years ahead in some way, yeah. Because what we imagine now will be in place in a few years. So why the purpose here of this this presentation here is to imagine possibilities for circularity in the apparel and textile industry, and to create some sort of aspirational concept.
I think we've got a question.
Yes.
Sorry, Kevin.
Oh, can you come closer?
Cool, we'll get a rolling mic.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's on. Thanks, Gabe. So yeah, on that point you were mentioning about imagination and it being very important for us to imagine it. Obviously, to create things, to innovate, it's quite an important thing. But do our educational systems, how do we overcome the current systematic environment that doesn't maybe allow for us to imagine? Or why don't we have as many people feeling comfortable to create and imagine? Because it's very important.
Yeah. Well, obviously I come from Sweden and we're South Africa, so we have different, very different educational systems. But I think it's a very good question, and hopefully there is one politician here today that listens
or watching
and can understand that we need this space within the educational sector or within the universities to think freely about anything, really. So for us, or for me, we are super privileged where we are. We have people are building sort of innovation spaces for us and giving us all the machines. And at some point, I hope that we can bring some of that here also. But it's super difficult. But it's a long process, I suppose. So I'm just gonna think a little bit what underlying factors here that have impact. What do we need to relate to? And what are sort of the needs of the users? Annegret, a folder back, will speak later about consumer behavior. So she will be able to give better talks on what the consumer wants and how they behave. But I will just touch upon that a little bit. I like the report from State of Fashion and how they describe what we need to think about the next couple of years. And I've just highlighted a few things from this last year's report, or for this year's report. And what we're looking at is sort of new flexible business models for faster decision making. We have consumers that expect that humans in the value chain is treated with dignity and respect. We want to be able to connect to the consumer in new digital ways. We want to increase sell-through by on-demand manufacturing. And we want to move away from transactional-based relationships to deeper partnerships and responsibility. One, I would say, so this picture here is is a simplified version of the textile supply network. And it's rather complicated and a lot to relate to. But this is the system that we have to work to change. This picture was created by a friend of mine for the reason of starting to have the same language when we speak about the value chain. So when we talk about tier 3, for example, in the textile value chain, that we mean fibers, feathers, down processing, spinners, film, and tape manufacturers. So when we speak about that, and this is for transparency reasons. So when we speak about transparency, we use the same languages. I've been in meetings where people have talked about transparency with big brands, like the biggest brands in the world.
I think that's what's happening locally as well.
Yeah.
You guys agree with me that transparency seems to be how everyone's going about the sort of sustainability conversation, these big corporates? No?
Yeah.
Disagreeing views this side?
I think a lot of people are a lot more invested in saying they're sustainable, but very few people, because I think also a big part of being transparent is that you should also be transparent about your supply chain. So yes, you bought all your fabric in South Africa, but where was it from? And then they're very happy to call themselves sustainable, but you haven't even done half that work. Or you're not actually paying everyone minimum wage, you just can say you're sustainable. I think there's a long way to go. If you read most brands here, sustainability pages, it's a lot of fluffy language about we care about the earth, we care about this, but they don't give you hard facts of like, this is the polyester percentage, this is what we're trying to do, we can only do this much. It's just a lot of like fluffy language. I think we're very, very far from this, like very far.
Yeah, I agree, and I will. I'm involved in a project that we're trying to solve this, and I will come back to that later. So in this meeting anyway, we spoke about transparency, but it turned out that the people in the meeting, when we spoke about transparency, didn't speak about the same thing. So some brands talked about transparency to tier 1. They thought that now we're transparent. And while others, meant that they are transparent when we have all the way to tier 4. So therefore it was very important to sort of try to iron out what do we call the different tiers in the supply chain. And just to give you a little bit of where the impact in the supply chain happens. So these are percentages. And I took up climate change. And climate change happens mostly in tier 2 and tier 3. Human health is impacted mostly in tier 2 and tier 3. And freshwater withdrawal also is mostly in tier 2 and tier 3, but also some in tier 4 because of the cotton growing. So this is important because of what we spoke about earlier, and recycling of fabrics. So when we recycle when we break down fibers and recycle them on chemistry level, those fibers go all the way back to tier 4.
Okay.
And then they get the whole environmental impact again. So we want to recycle as close to the customer as possible.
I get you on that, but around chemical recycling, have we figured out or have we hit the mark when it comes to the yield? Because that's generally the sort of, thing that's holding us back when we look at chemical recycling. Because if we're talking something that can be done at scale, then now we're talking. That's the only time corporates, that's the only time people are really interested. Because if it's at a small scale, and the conversation you and I were having yesterday around getting big businesses, getting governments involved, it does take scale. So do you see chemical recycling being able to reach the scale that it needs to for it to have that impact?
It's really difficult with the yield because not everything that is collected can be recycled.
Yes, and especially because we actually don't know most of the time what's actually in our garments.
So, and that is a big problem. I don't know how they plan to solve it. the chemical recyclers, but I know that they want sort of bed linens from hotels and as white and pure as possible for their operations. And also the chemistry is very important here because we don't know anything about the sort of chemistry network. We know that to get 1 kilo of useful chemistry into our material supply chain requires 5 kilos of wasted chemicals. So we're producing a lot of chemicals that we're not using and that they might be polluting. But we don't have any aggregated data on the chemistry supply chain as we have for the material supply chain. For material, we have tons of LCAs and stuff like that, but on chemistry, we don't know much.
And I guess that's where the importance around transparency comes.
Exactly. Yeah. Transparency is. I mean, transparency. We also face that companies become transparent, and then they say that, "Hey, we're transparent. We are sustainable now." But that is also not true because you can be. I will come to a project later where the transparency showed that this looks awful. This data is horrible for this company. So it showed the opposite, that it's less sustainable. So sometimes you see that we're transparent, and then you would think that but that makes it sustainable. But it's not. It's great to have transparency to be sustainable, but you could also be sustainable without being transparent. So. Yeah. But anyway, if you look at the consumers, what do they want? And there's tons of surveys about the consumers, and this particular one is from Fashion Revolution, who also does the transparency index. And what they want, fashion, they like transparency. They want to work with that. Well, essentially, in summary, 80% of fashion consumers want to do good. So the industry have to give them good choices. Or a way to relate to how they can do good. We've done a study on different consumers, and essentially, I'm not going to go very deep into this. I think I've asked for you to distribute these slides.
Yes.
So you can have this later if you want to have a look at it. But what this survey showed is that there are lots of consumer groups, and they relate so differently to sustainability. So we identified 8 consumer groups in this survey. They're named here. So one is toxic-free and conscious about health, life simplers, style-conscious creators, technology optimists, the conscious family, and young activists. And these different groups want to have information in different ways to be able to make better choices. And they're also worried about different things. Some of them are worried about animals. Some of them are worried about carbon dioxide. Some of them are worried about water impact. So they will relate to it in different ways. And they also have different amount of time and resources to get better products. One very useful tool is the Green Deal from the European Union. I know we're not in the European Union now, but I think the sort of how it's set up and how it's designed is very useful to have as a sort of way of relating to your operations. So how it essentially is built up, it's 3 components and 6 environmental objectives. And the 3 components are, the first one is that if you want to have an economic activity in the EU and say that it's sustainable, you have to show that your activity substantially contributes to at least one of the 6 environmental objectives. And these are climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, circular economy, water, pollution prevention and control, and protection of ecosystems. The other one is that you have to show how, and this transparency comes in and becomes very important here as well, because you have to show that you don't do significant harm to any of the other 5 objectives. And then you also have to comply with the minimum safeguards, and that is you have to follow the human rights. And you have to show how you follow the human rights. So this brings us to the define possibilities stage here. And what do you see? What do you think are the possibilities so far? And well, start with some comments, perhaps, or questions.
Questions? Do you have the mic?
No. Hi. I'm Floyd. I'm a fashion designer. What I wanted to ask you, you're speaking about sustainability, right? And the whole world is on board with sustainability. But do you think Africa gets enough credit for the sustainability that we do? Because the fabrics that we use as South African fashion designers is the junk that the rest of the world doesn't want. And we make these beautiful pieces with it. And it's almost like, still sustainability needs to be shoved down our throat. It's like, hey man, we wake up every day and we do the sustainability thing. Are studies being done though of how much sustainability and how much Africa is helping out the whole world in terms of sustainability by consuming all that junk that they don't want? Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, please can you mention some stats for that?
I think, you're absolutely right. And this has been I think that's what the sort of recyclers and when we're collecting things in Sweden or in Europe, we put it in different bins and then we collect it and then we sort of take the best parts from those bins and then the rest. So that is about 10%. And then 30% we send to East Europe because, and then the rest is sent to Africa, and this becomes landfill, and this becomes waste here. So that's a terrible, it's a terrible practice that it's being sent here, and it's also destroying the local industries. So I think if I could decide, that would just stop. And there are other ways to work with fashion together than just shoving trash or shuffling trash here. But to answer your question more specifically, I think that just listening to the panel here this morning gave me a lot of new insights on how you work with the industry here in South Africa, and how we can learn from that, where we work with the local industries, and work more with local Swedish industries. So I think that how sort of the way you're working with sustainability, I think that we can learn a lot from that. I'm not gonna sort of get lost in how you say
the nitty-gritty.
In nitty-gritty things, but I think that absolutely we can learn a lot, and it's going to be great to. I think. No, never mind. We'll speak about that later. Yeah. Yeah.
So, at Rewoven, because you guys obviously are very heavily involved with. Wait, could no one hear me? Damn. Yeah. So, because you guys are very heavily involved with textile waste, so do you guys, maybe you could help him in terms of finding information on what's the African contribution or the stats or just the figures of what we're doing here in terms of sustainability? Because I find it very hard to find information on that, even though I'm sure there's a lot of stuff, but what's your guys' experience with that as well?
Cool. As Rewoven, I can definitely say we're definitely in the infancy stage of, collecting information and really understanding the problem. We're still like getting to grips with what the problem is. And the reason for this is before we even started doing what it was that we do, we found that this was a global problem, and the question, our sort of value proposition was driven around, okay, cool, does this problem exist locally? And you can research and you can find out how many tons are being dumped in Sweden, in Europe, in America, everywhere. And when we looked locally, nobody had a clue. Government didn't have a clue. The corporates who were creating the waste didn't have a clue. So we sort of had to start like from A, like, okay, this is how develop sort of like an infrastructure as to how it was that we were going to collect this waste, and how it was that we were going to collect the data around it as well. So I think as we continue to grow, we will share a lot of that information, because we think that's valuable and not only for us as a business, but obviously for everybody that works in this industry. Cool, anybody else?
First and foremost, Floyd, thank you so much, my brother. You've raised...
Sorry, do you mind standing up? I just can't see your face, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, first and foremost, Floyd, thank you so much, my brother, for raising that point. It is as if you were with us, with Tunuke and myself, speaking about exactly that. That's where I was speaking about trying to practice restraint, but thank you. Now I can speak to it. It is definitely something that I think, again, and by all means, Johannes, please don't feel the pressure of feeling that you have to speak for the whole of Sweden. It is not on you to have the resolve. I think we mustn't forget or lose sight of the fact that we're here because we're trying to create a better future. So it's okay, my brother, please, don't be nervous, eh? It's okay. Second to that, I think, obviously we're in this continent of Africa whereby the textile industry is literally second to agriculture. And by second, I mean, I think it's 31 billion dollars, and that was probably the recorded number in 2020. So it's massive. But then in comparison to that, we're looking at 50 million, oh yeah, sorry, this is all the stats you wanted. We're looking at 50 million pieces literally dumped in Ghana, Accra, weekly, 15 million weekly, with 40% of that on arrival being completely useless, not worth being like worn or otherwise. So I loved, I don't want to be this guy. I love the fact that we're here and we're doing this, but I think sometimes this is where we also have to take stock of this word sustainability, and sometimes the practices that are negatively affecting people, not industries, people. Like sometimes we keep on speaking, like these are people in Accra that must wake up to Salvation Army and otherwise, and all these brands, and sift through that and live on top of these dead white men's clothing. So I think, there's a lot of work to be done to try and bring it back. We're all trying. We're all here because we want to do better. But those stats are something that you obviously have to, you can never lose sight of that. So I don't really know if that was a question, but I just had the stats, so I wanted to share that. Thank you.
Love that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this also comes down to transparency.
Yeah.
Because what we tend to do is that we tend to look upstreams for transparency. So we look ask the
upstream
brands.
Upstream meaning?
Ask the brands to be transparent, and
yes.
then they ask the suppliers, and then up like that.
Yes.
But we seldomly look downstreams. So we never look at how the things that we collect end up in piles in Ghana. And one of the reasons that we don't see where it ends up. There is no transparency about that. So the big corporations says but we collected it and we did our thing, and then it was sold to someone else, and then that ended up there, but that's not our fault. But how that transparency doesn't exist downstreams, and how it ends up in the rivers and lakes and.
With that, what role do you believe technology because everyone here has got a phone.
Yeah.
We're interacting with this thing for most of our day. How is it that we could use technology as a tool to bring about this transparency that we so desperately want?
I will come to that right now. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, time is moving faster than I thought. So we move on to explore ideas and solutions on this topic. And here we have sort of my framework that I'm using. I call it 100% circular and 0% waste. And we use a lot of digital tools to develop ways of reducing waste and increase circularity. Transparency is a very important part of that. But this system, let's call it an ecosystem, even if it's not all connected. But how we sort of imagine is that we have digital tools for design and retail that can significantly reduce waste in the retail phase, but also in the design phase. Then we have digitally enhanced local manufacturing. And then we have the consumer phase, where we help the consumers through apps and through different things to make more informed decisions about their fashion consumptions, but also to take care of the garments once they're being used and when the customer doesn't want them anymore. To redistribute them, to remanufacture them, to work with service and upgrades, to give the garments or the textile products a second, third, and nth life.
This technology that you speak of, what base is it built off? Is that blockchain?
It's blockchain is one thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Do you see blockchain as a powerful tool, or
I think
shouldn't be throwing too much energy into that?
I think I think blockchain is great for some purposes.
Yeah.
But for other purposes, we shouldn't waste that energy, because it does consume energy. Even if the newer blockchain versions consume less energy, they still consume energy. So we should be careful about how we're using blockchain. I will come to that here as well. Yeah.
Sure.
And we imagine this circular cloud that maybe in some parts is blockchain based, that can take care of the information, for example, from the consumer, take care of information from manufacturing, and then give that to the designer, product developer, to the buyer to make better decisions, or to the consumer to help them take better decisions. So, and here...
Sorry, Jonas. Of those three elements, which do you think is the most important?
Sorry?
Those three elements, obviously being the manufacturer, the customer, which one do you think is the most important?
I think that it is most important that manufacturing is starting to make better choices.
Okay.
Because they are the ones who have the ability to be better informed in the supply chain. So I think that, but there also has to be pressure from the consumer. So and there also have to be pressure from the politicians. But I think manufacturing has the responsibility. Yes, there is a question.
Okay, hi, my name is Rizzi. So I'm in the art industry, and obviously within art we talk about decolonization. And now within fashion, I don't know anything. So maybe you've spoken about it, but I'm trying to educate myself in relationship to it. And now I'm hearing sustainability a lot, and I feel like there's a link between decolonization and sustainability. And I think that now, when we think of decolonization, you're trying to break away from that circular understanding of what and how you think about, say, example, like curating art. And even when we're talking here now, we're relating it to the pharmaceuticals company, where everything related to chemicals. And now we're going back to the old way of making medicine, which in Africa has always been part of our narrative in terms of traditional medicine. So then for you, Theo, How then do you position yourself within this conversation and breaking away from certain ideas and definitions of defining movements that are happening right now or have already happened, and even positioning this in relationship to the Swedish embassy, that this is the point to between this is where conversations happen, and this I feel like because this is a workshop, why don't then we also start by workshopping how then we start to be the pioneers in terms of say with rewoven, regenerizing, rewooving what it is to be an African defining. So I'm trying to understand how then to rethink about sustainability in relationship to decolonizing art. So I guess that I'm trying to link the two via my own understanding of how I see things. So I think that fashion and art have a linkage, but I think that there's certain things that are maybe, how do I say, burying, they're forming like a barrier instead in terms of pioneering certain narratives. So I don't know if I'm making sense, but yeah.
Cool. I don't know if I caught your whole question, but I'll speak about our approach at Rewoven and Future Fashion around, really reclaiming this narrative around sustainability. Like the rest of us, we've gotten the sort of European, Eurocentric information around sustainability. This is what sustainability means. We've spoken about data, tons of data. We're looking at data and all these things around what sustainability is. And when we actually take the time, and this is something that we did last year in creating the film with Zizi, was that what are we doing at home? What methodologies, what sort of stories have we been told, and how have we been brought up in a way that we could bring our own perspective to this conversation? Because like their perspective, the Swedes, the Europe, our perspective is also important. And while we can learn tons from them, there's also tons that we could share with them that they could take back and really use as valuable insights. And I think that's what Jonas was speaking about in all the insights that he was able to take from the conversation earlier in understanding how it is that we work. And yeah, I think that's been our approach. And just to speak on our relationship with the Swedes, we share a great relationship with the Swedish Embassy and the Swedish Institute purely because they've allowed us to tell our story through our own perspective with no sort of control over oh, you can't say this, oh no, you can't say that. They've just been like, hey, we think what you're doing is important. We share values around this topic and go out there and share the story. And Esetsu spoke about this last year in her closing address as to how important it is for institutions such as these to have this sort of approach, because if they don't, then the stories don't get told, the perspectives don't get shared, the education doesn't happen, and especially the pride doesn't happen. Because the moment we reclaim sustainability as our own, we become proud. And we then we are really proud to tell our story. And just to share with you, just to also comment on you, with what local designers are doing here in South Africa, I think there's so many beautiful stories that we just don't get in the mainstream. And as somebody who wasn't in this industry before, I'm an accountant by profession, coming into this industry and actually spending time learning, speaking to people, listening, I've learned so much around, and I've grown really this space has got a really special place in my heart, and that's why every year we put on this event for us to come here and to feel proud and to share our stories. So I hope I answered your question.
I think I would like to sort of piggyback on that as well, especially when it comes to measuring sustainability. I think, and the Eurocentric way of doing it, it is a problem because we like Sweden and Germany love data. We have been obsessed with that for several hundred years. We have this when we're baking, we love, like, you have the deciliter and the milliliter, and it's super specific on how much should be to make a cake, and yeah. But then I had a project approved yesterday where we are going to take a completely different approach to sustainability, and we're not going to measure anything. I have not thought this through. This comes sort of, but instead we will look at patterns and symmetry. Because if we look at, I'll go back to this one. This is super complex, and it's almost like there's no. Sometimes it feels. It's no use in measuring it because it's so big. And also when we speak about circular economy, the circular economy, that sort of indicates that it will go on in infinity. But what happens if you try to measure infinity? You can measure two infinities, and you will have the same answer. They will be equally long. They will be an infinity long. So that's why we thought, okay, maybe we shouldn't bother too much with measuring sustainability, but instead trying to understand patterns and symmetry and have that approach to sustainability. This is a very unfinished thought. Maybe I will have reason to come back to that within a year from now. But yeah.
Setsu, I think you had a question.
Sorry, no, it was more of a comment around the conversation we were having about indigenous knowledge, sustainability, decoloniality, and just kind of piggybacking on that, and kind of the perspective that we have in this event, which is sustainability is decolonization. It necessarily is. And just, yeah, in our relationship, I guess, with the Swedish Institute is how do we tap into that indigenous knowledge that already knows what sustainability is, and some of the innovations and other solutions that are coming from the global north, and how do we fit that with what is already authentically us to enable what is for us. And I think that is the meshing, but it can get confusing in terms of obviously how the narrative is sold to people. And I think, there's a lot of work that used to be done in terms of unpacking that knowledge and making people understand what sustainability really is. Because a lot of the times we do end up thinking it's about these techniques and all of these cool, technologies and so forth. But the core of it, like what is the core of it? The core of it is about people, like Xavier was saying. The core of it is about our interconnectedness with one another and stuff. But how do we use these technologies, to kind of enable that? I don't know, in a modern world,
I think very well put, because I when I listened to the talk earlier this morning, I sort of realized that, I'm going to speak about technology. So I'm going to speak a lot about what you say, like, these are the cool apps and these are the cool machines and all that. But that's not the only thing I'm thinking about. I'm also, there are more perspectives, and I would love to, speak more about craft and more about purpose and all that. But my presentation is on technology, so you just have to, transfer that into your context.
Sorry, I think we have.
Hi.
Yeah.
Hi, Jonas. I'm not sure if it's like a question or a thought that's still formulating, and also, I don't expect you to speak on behalf of like the whole of the global north and their like fashion industries, but I'm just wondering, which is also just kind of like speaking to a lot of what has been raised in terms of like how we think about and embody sustainability as like African people on the continent, and how it is, and how it manifests in the global north in those fashion industries, right? And just in terms of like maybe unsettling, because I feel like also the relationship between people in the fashion industries or fashion industries of the global north, and when it comes to Africa, it still very much replicates like relationships rooted in like colonial histories, where there is still like, when the person was speaking about like the shoving down of like a particular theory and understanding of sustainability down our throats. And I'm just wondering, maybe in your own personal capacity, or like just with like formal fashion institutes that you may have dealt with through your work, if there is sort of like a relationship, or being in relationship with sustainability from people who are of the global north and live there, that also like, that also makes them critical to how the concept, or like, the geographic positioning is part of the problem, but also the institutions and the corporations, and even on an individual level, because I think in different ways we're all part of the problem, but some people are part of the problem in bigger ways and like more historical ways that have become systematized. And I think, and knowing you're part of the problem humbles you, and maybe that might unsettle that like uneven power relationship where the global north is maybe also taking more of a back seat in pushing the sustainability agenda forward. So I'm just wondering if there is that kind of like critical self-awareness of how, as people, as a geopolitical sort of like positioning, and as institutions in it, like you also, obviously you can't speak for the whole concept,
but I think it's a really good question, and I just have to think a little bit about. Generally, when I'm in sort of contexts within the textile industry, where we speak about sustainability, it is very much the sort of global north that's pushing the sustainability agenda, and they're not taking a step back. So big brands telling the suppliers what to do, and in many of the meetings, here's Mickey. Many of the meetings that I've been in around that, where everybody speaks, the suppliers from mainly Asia, they highlight this in every meeting and have been doing for 10 years, as long as this organization has existed. But still, it's the sort of global north that's setting the agenda. It's even so that we show with data that the manufacturers are actually doing better than the brands when it comes to sustainability. So they are performing better, but still the agenda is pushed by the global north. And this is, a weird dynamic, I would say.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so let's move on to the sort of second part. So circular economy. The three important things, we have touched upon them already, but I'm going to mention them again. So number one, design for zero waste and pollution. And number two, keep products and materials in use. And three, regenerate natural systems. And these are the principles that I have developed my projects around. So number one, design for zero waste and pollution. Here we made a project together with a Swedish outdoor brand called Houdini Sportswear. And what we wanted to do was to create an on-demand system for sportswear. And the main reasons was to reduce returns or eliminate returns, but also eliminate end-of-seasons markdowns. And then there was also, of course, catering to more people's needs. So what we did was that we built a system for local manufacturing. So we had a little manufacturer next to the university. We built this virtual fitting room where the consumers sort of first made their avatar, adjusted it to their size and their body measurements, and then fitted a garment on top of that. And then you see that it's too short, this size, so then we pull the sleeve a little bit and make it fit. And then when the customer was happy with the fit, it's sent to manufacturing, and 3 hours later, it could be delivered to the consumer if we wanted to.
Was this run as a project?
This was a project, yeah.
Okay. And then in terms of adoption commercially, did it pick up?
No, because we didn't have an infrastructure around Borås that could handle this type of manufacturing.
Okay.
So if we are right now starting this project again.
Okay.
Because what you see here, especially with let's see here, you see how it doesn't drape well, the fabric that doesn't drape well around the sleeves. There is new functionality now that makes the fabric drape much better. There's a question over here?
Yes.
I just wanted to find out because I may not have much knowledge on sustainability, but if I'm wrong, you can correct me. But when I look at also like brands that sell like homeware and all of that, you know, they'll say that maybe something's made out of bamboo and all of those things, right? And also, for example, like items like this, like where it's customized and all of that, won't it cost more money? And also, by it being sustainable, most of the sustainable items cost a lot of money. So for me, coming from a household, a middle class household, where I will not be able to purchase that bamboo makeup brush, which is gonna cost me 100 Rand, I can go to small streets and purchase the same thing for like 10 Rand. I just wanna find out if there is that sensitivity to communities that are not as privileged. And I know that also when it comes to other African countries, there are women that are creating things from scratch, you get what I mean? And when, for example, if somebody or someone that has money gets those women to create those things and then takes those things and then brands those things and makes it look nice, and then it comes back and gets sold to us for 5,000 Rand, is that sustainable? I just want to find out if it's sustainable. Is it fair? You get what I mean? So I may be wrong, but I just know that when I go to Clicks and I want to buy eco tools, it costs more money. I just want to know, maybe it might cost more money because of the process, and maybe the process costs more money. But to me, it just feels like it's everything is like it's capitalism, so you know it's more money for the big guys, and I guess for me it's a cry for people that are able to make a change, mostly people of color that can make a change. I don't know, this is like it's so sensitive for me. I don't know if you guys get me, but
so yeah, but so for this project or that we did here, this right now, how it has developed, this isn't more costly than the normal garment, because you don't have to pay for end of season's markdown, you don't have to pay for returns, you don't have to pay for a lot of things, so this is, I mean, this is not a cheap garment to start with, but it's not cheaper, it's not more expensive than the normal one.
And I guess this also speaks to that aspirational.
Yeah, exactly.
We have to start somewhere. We have to do these things and imagine these futures for us to eventually get there. So I think we have to do something. We can't just stick with what it is that we've got.
Yeah, exactly. And this technology that's behind here is becoming cheaper, so and more affordable. Yes?
Yeah, I'd like to agree, obviously, with her sentiment, because I think, and this is why we always have to think very critically about the integration of sustainability, the narrative that is sold to us with our local context, and again, always integrating what sustainability really is. Because if it feels exclusive, then that's not sustainability, it's something else. Like you said, capitalism. The essence of, I believe, sustainability will always be necessarily inclusive. So in the context of sustainable fashion, one of the things that I'm so passionate about with African fashion is that African fashion has always been slow fashion. Slow fashion is, the language is only starting now. It's always been slow fashion. Like from the materials are made from organic cotton. The garment itself is passed down. There's no textile waste in that. The way they cut, there's no offcuts left in that process because it's perfect squares and rectangles, and whatever's left, you use it as a doek. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that is why we're here, is to question what sustainability is and to question the knowing that has been given to us about it. And that's why I say there's different ways to know. And obviously there's one modality that we've been learning about sustainability, but there's other modalities. Like we've been living sustainability our whole lives as Africans. Like we've been just learning about it in different ways, but we've been in tune with the environment and nature for thousands and thousands of years. That's a knowledge that maybe we're not putting in journals and, journal articles, and we're able to communicate in certain ways, but that knowledge is deep and that knowledge is powerful, and it has, we just have so much to contribute to the concept on sustainability. I think we actually have the most to contribute to the concept on sustainability. But again, it's about how do we integrate the happening around us in the world, these technologies, and that is what Jonas, I think, is trying to do but we always need to keep it locally relevant. Like things like e-wallet, M-Pesa, like it came from solving a locally relevant problem using the technology of that is around us. But e-wallet wouldn't have come, we wouldn't have known e-wallet. They did it first, M-Pesa, because they were like, we're living in rural areas, there's this technology, but we need to send money to each other. And that's when it came. So yeah, but sustainability, you're right. If it feels exclusive, it's not sustainable. If it feels, sustainability is effortless, man. Like it's meant to be necessarily a concept where everyone feels at home, and that's what it is. And if you feel not that, then it's not sustainability, Yeah.
All right, yeah, so,
Last
and then,
thing, I'm so sorry.
Oh, sorry, okay.
I just wanted to add to what she said. On one hand, I think there's also something to be said about the fact that most of us don't hold value for clothing anymore. Like, someone spent 10 hours making her outfit, and I think that deserves to be paid for. But at the same time, the same system that makes clothes really cheap also means we can't afford it either. So I think as we're moving forward, we have to find a middle ground of paying people for their labor, but also doing it in a way that's realistic for us.
Yeah.
Because it's not that it's expensive, like, it's just that someone's going to actually get to eat, but also you need to at the same time. Yeah.
So we wanted to then, for this project then, we sort of figure out a way to remove overproduction, to only manufacture what the customer wants, and to make it for that customer. But then we wanted to also reduce chemical impact and reduce use of energy and reduce water use. So then we're experimenting with a technology called color-reel, and this technology dyes the embroidery thread on the stitch, so you can dye on the millimeter, or as we have experimented with it, we can dye on the needle in the knitting machine. So you can have 16.7 million colors on each individual needle in the knitting machine. So this will give you a lot of opportunity to create new designs. And this technology, if we compare dyeing a garment all beige with this technology, or dyeing it with 16.7 million colors, it will not be any difference in cost. It will be the same cost, because it's just a digital printing that dyes the yarn that goes through the machine. So what you see here in the middle, this is the first sample of a dress. It's supposed to look like the dress on the right. That's the pattern we're going for. But there are some things that we have to solve before that. So right now, it looks like the one in the middle. But with this technology, we can. It doesn't use any water. It uses hardly any energy and very little chemicals. So it's from a sustainability or from a environmental perspective, it's really, really good. This is also rather aspirational, since nobody has been doing this before, and we started to do this 2 months ago. So we have no idea about how expensive this will be or how cheap it will be, but
got to start somewhere.
We got to start somewhere, yeah. But here we can the idea here is that we can, you can have a garment look exactly like you want it. And now to the transparency. So we did a project together with a local fashion brand called Gina Tricot. Well, they're not super local, they're in all Europe. But what we wanted to explore was how can we work with transparency. So we teamed up with this company called Papertail, and we created a collection, a capsule collection of 50 garments that's completely transparent all the way to the cotton field. And here we have an app, so we fit each garment with an RFID tag that the consumer can read with their phone and get the whole transparency breakdown here. You get the climate impact, and then from fiber formation all the way through yarn formation, how it moves with the transportation, how it ends up in my wardrobe, and There it is, and I registered that in my wardrobe, and when I do that, Papertail gives $1 to charity and $1 to environmental objectives. And here also comes the wage transparency for the workers. So you can see that the worker was paid according to law. That has its drawbacks, but we have to start somewhere. And also when they were paid. And this is then verified in the blockchain, that transaction. And what this company, Papertail, is building right now is a workers app. So right now, it says that it's verified if it comes from the company's ERP system, but with the app, it will not say verified until the worker has said, I have received my payment according to law. And this company, Papertail, is paying a little bit more than what the law requires, but not much more, but they're trying to set some kind of example. Mm-hmm. So here you get the full breakdown of the transparency of a product. And you can also visit the factory.
I think we have a question here.
I think this is, sorry, I'm Jesse Naidu, I'm from Clothes to Good.
Yeah.
So we're a post-consumer, a used clothes recycler in South Africa. One of your, H&M is one of our customers. Yeah. So I think what Xavier and the guy said earlier is that listen to your customers, right? And on Twitter, a person said, don't give it to Clothes to Good because they'll take the good items and they'll dump the rest, right? It's going to go to landfill. And then we listened to it and we thought we were pretty upset because that's not what we do. But to solve that problem is very difficult, right?
Yeah.
Because you've got tons and tons of clothes coming in. You have to decide where everything goes across all 6 recycling levels. So only about 30% is in the correct form that can be reused. The rest has to be either upcycled, downcycled, or if it's moldy, incinerated, right? So to solve that problem in South Africa, very expensive problem is if I data capture it manually, it's going to take forever to give it. Yeah. So if a mother sends me 6 kilograms of clothes in a bag, I need to be able to tell her what happened to the 6 kilograms, yes? So we had to take these weight scales. The weight scales now has to talk to my database that goes onto the internet to tell people what's happening.
Yeah.
It seems like a pretty simple thing to do. Definitely not. As you as an engineer and me as an engineer understand, very complicated.
Yeah.
We had to, so in South Africa, in our third world country, so we had an engineer come in from India who just came in and said, no problem, it's an easy solution. He's going to use Internet of Things to let the scale talk to our database, thinking that in South Africa, you can go to any IT store and buy an Internet of Things. God, you can't. So we had to import one from China. And then it took 6 months to get even just that technology. So we have different challenges here for transparency. Very different challenges. So it's a solution that exists, but the challenge to do it here, if this problem was in Sweden, it wouldn't be a big problem. You'd have solved it in days.
Yeah.
It took us 6 months.
Yeah.
So just to give you an understanding of access to it, even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, exactly, yeah. No, so, but this was an interesting project from many perspectives. One was that we have previously assumed that customers are not interested in transparency, and there is no sort of value added to that. But in this case, this showed differently. It showed that there's a huge interest and people are willing to pay extra for knowing where the garments come from and how they perform in the value chain. And also that people are being paid. I think it's very important.
Jonas, time.
Time's up?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Well, I have to just show you one thing. So one thing, we've talked about keeping things alive, yeah. So we thought about this and how to, make sure things are kept alive for longer. So what we did was that we engaged in building a robot, an autonomous delivery robot. We call it Hugo. That could sort of help with distribution between users of fashion products. This has 0.002% of the climate impact from normal distribution truck, and it at the fourth of a cost, essentially. And then we also want to connect this with the garments. So there is battery-free or battery-less Bluetooth chips that we can put on our garments, and with the cell phone, the system can understand which garments are used more and which are used less, and propose that you get rid of the garments you're not using, and also keeping things alive by doing that. So how we want to do, it could be something like this. So you receive a text from your sweater that says, hey, I've been sitting in your wardrobe for the last 6 months. Don't you love me anymore? Well, it's not you, it's me. I've changed and we're not a match anymore. Okay, do you want to sell me? Yeah, you'll be better off with somebody else. Okay, there's actually one who's willing to pay 40 euros for me at eBay. Should I sell myself? Yes. Okay, can Hugo pick me up tonight? Yes, pick up at 8 o'clock. Okay, great. And then it's off to somebody else who can enjoy the garment.
One thing I really love about that is the integration of different systems and different technology into solving a fashion problem. But you've included logistics, you've included, Internet of Things, it's time-based as well, which is really interesting. And I think for me, what's really important and something I'm really passionate about is that, like I said, like e-wallets, like local context, like you spoke of, but like I think we just need to think expansively around like these issues, listen to our customers and actually find out, cool, our customers interested in this, but I could solve this problem by applying something that's totally unrelated. I could take something from logistics tech, I can take something from fintech, agri-tech, ed-tech, and I could integrate those things into a new product, new technology in this fashion space that could bring value to, something that you never thought could, bring it to that space. And I'm talking to you because, like, I think you and I have a rapport around what it is that we're talking about. Yeah, super.
And this is, I think, this technology is sort of coming now. It's difficult to get these Bluetooth tags, but they are not more than, I think they're like £1 or something. So they're super cheap. So they could easily be integrated into garments. I just want to share one more thing.
Go for it.
Yeah. So we had a really fun project this winter and this summer called Big Do, where we worked together with South Africa, with Mickey, wherever he is. He's here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Yeah. The idea was to sort of understand how can we use local resources, such as old kitchen appliances, old material, plastic waste, but also local creativity, to create these sort of municipal impact hubs, to make products out of waste from the local society. We imagined we could make sunglasses and flip-flops and needle-punched felts and stuff like that. So we worked with the fashion agents, who's here from South Africa, MST Black, Mickey, and Under Armour was a part of this project as well. And what it ended up with was a flip-flop that was made out of textile waste. So we took textile waste, grinded it, put it in like a heat press, so it melted, and then became a flip-flop. And then we added this beautiful print to the flip-flop. And this print, Mickey, you have to say if I'm right, but this print is sort of a map over how local waste pickers in Johannesburg move through the city of Johannesburg. So that was that project. That was a really fun project. And we hope to continue that collaboration
exchange,
in the future. Yeah.
Love that.
And then the last one, well, regenerate natural systems. Well, I already spoke about that, but we want to figure out how can we make garments that move with the natural cycles. Our starting point here was the Japanese cherry blossom and the ideas around that called mono no avare. That means to appreciate the transience of things. So the cherry blossom blooms, it falls to the ground, it becomes nutrition, and then it becomes a new tree and new cherry blossom, and on like that. In sort of, within the natural cycles of carbon and water and all that. So we made garments that sort of follow the same cycles. We worked with this company called Goringo Design Studio and the concept called Stream Materia. And we used 3D printing to make garments that functioned as a leaf. So they were built up like a leaf, and they would also biodegrade like a leaf, with essentially the same speed as a leaf. So, and we will continue with this project in the future. Yeah. And then the last one. Yeah. So, yeah. Here we also worked with this brand called Houdini, where we wanted to use the inherited properties of wool, because wool is a great fiber. It doesn't become dirty as much. It doesn't smell. Well, unless you're sweaty, then it smells like a dog. But it has lots of beautiful inherited properties. And we wanted to use new knitting technologies to strengthen those properties, to create better insulation, better ventilation, better wind resistance or water resistance and whatnot. And we're doing this with wool that has been treated with very few chemicals. And this wool, we can throw it in the compost and it will, Houdini has made experiments where they eat the underwear after half a year when they have biodegraded. And then they come back as mushrooms, and then you can eat those mushrooms.
Don't know if you want to be indulging in that.
I don't know. So, but anyway, so just skipping to the last slide. Thank you very much for having me here.
I think before Jonas closes off, is there anything that you want to leave us with? Obviously, you're going back to Sweden tomorrow, so.
No, yeah, I mean, I think those principles of the circular design are very powerful. And I think if we start to think about them when we design our products, I think that's a great way of doing it. So remember that. If you only remember one thing, remember that.
Super. Thanks, Jonas. Cool. That brings an end to our first masterclass. We're having another masterclass with Anna Gretz, which is around how to be a conscious consumer. That will be held in the Conversation Lounge upstairs. So if that is something that you're interested in, please do join us. I've been to one of Anna Gretz's classes. It's really immersive. It really challenges your thinking, and I think there's a lot of value that we could all take from being a part of that class. So and I think on my end, just to close off the conversation, I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I think as South Africans, there's a lot of talent, not only in the fashion space, but I also think in tech, and how other industries have locally, like edtech, agritech, have been able to develop is through just looking at fintech and seeing how fintech has completely taken off, and all the local talent that we have in fintech that we can tap into. And I think if we just imagine a little bit, just look at really, firstly, we really work hard to understand the problem, but two, also really apply ourselves in being problem solvers and really being innovative in how it is that we go about solving those problems. And I think there's a lot of talent here, and I think there's a lot of talent around us that we can tap into to, really innovate locally and solve problems that are relevant for us in our local context. So, thank you for your time. Just before I let you guys go, Black Brick is offering 2 one-night stays, which are 30% off their normal hotel rates. So if you are looking to to have a bit of fun and make a night out of your day, inquire at reception, and you could be one of those people that win, that win that prize. So cool. Thanks, guys. Guys, sorry, can I get your attention one more time? Just to correct what I said, it's two separate things. So they're giving away 2 free night stays. So did I get that right? Yeah, 2 free night stays. And then the other one is 30% off their normal hotel rate. So in quiet reception, you could win the free night stay. Cool, thanks guys.
Yeah.
I need two.
Just take the one that was there by you on the
Yep, yep.
Jesus.
Yep, 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 yep.
Nah, I'm good, thank you. I'm gonna have to give you this now. Have to give you the handheld ones. Unfortunately not. It's because of the situation that's happening there. I will sort you out as soon as... Xavier. I'm gonna have to give you these for now, man.
That's okay, right? Where do you want to sit? Should we, Right. Hello, hello? Rain is way too loud. Yeah.
Sorry, my brother.
Like we got silent Lucania with us.
Thank you.
Hello? Oh, perfect. Can everybody hear me? Okay, whoever wants to participate, please come close and sit in the circle.
This is a very safe space.
It's very safe. Come and sit. Don't be shy. It's more dry. It's more dry this side than. Okay. Should we wait a minute? Yeah. It's hectic. We are not escaping. Sorry. It's like... You can't. I can't do this. Yeah, it's not. But we can't even get to the building right now.
Come closer. I think so.
No.
Please come closer.
Right, come closer. Come and move inside. Guys, come and move inside and be cozy. Come. Can you guys, I want you all in one circle, please. No. Guys, I don't want you in a second line. You need to be in the circle, so people might need to move out a little bit and give you space. Can you give these ladies some space? They also want to come into the circle, please. Wow. They are cozy, for sure. What is happening? Can you come in? Should we move this? close the circle. Nice. But I don't know, do you want to test if people can hear you?
No, they can.
Can you all hear us? Yes? Okay, all right, great. Do you want to sit, Xavier, or should we stand? Do you want to sit?
I think we might have... let's stand.
We stand?
Let's stand, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Can I do a quick intro?
Yeah, do you want to do an intro?
I want to do a quick disclaimer.
Okay, go on.
Okay, guys, so first and foremost, if you did not know the person who is sitting next to, their name, what they do, who they are, their life story, their star sign, this is a great time to get that information, because this is the closest I think any of us has really been this whole day. So first and foremost, thank you so much. I don't think you really had much of a choice, but thank you so much for still being here. I understand between the hair and the drip and everything else, there's a lot to risk in being here, but I think the purpose of being here is amazing. So thank you so much for still being here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Xavier. I'm equally honored that you stayed behind. And I just want to say that initially when we discussed what this masterclass or experience would be, it was meant to be about water. So this is actually very appropriate that we are surrounded by the sounds of water at this point, and I didn't even need to bring my sound to make that happen. So this class is asking a very big question, and Xavier and I, we've been spending the past 6-7 months asking very big questions, and this class is all about how can we become conscious consumers. And before we speak, and we will unfold a conversation between us, sharing a little bit about how we both arrived at conscious practices in our fashion professions, let's call it that. And I would like to challenge both terms, consciousness and consumption. And how can somebody be a conscious consumer? Because they are a complete contradiction. And I personally, I don't know about you, Xavier, but I never like to be referred to as a consumer.
I think for me, my problem is that that's obviously the language I know. That's the language that more and more I've kind of been institutionalized to refer to people as consumers. That's why a lot of the times you'll hear me when I speak about industry. Why am I holding this like a rapper? Sorry.
Are you hungry?
My check. So no, honestly speaking, I think it's that's why every time I think throughout the day I try to catch myself and just saying we speak about industries, we speak about organizations, companies, brands, but these are all things that only exist because of the people within them. So as a consumer, you are an individual, we share a consciousness in our immediate kind of communities and so on, but you're still an individual. So I will try, by all means, to limit the language of consumer, because that's just the brand in me speaking on a very I'm here to take something from you, which is your money. So yeah, I think it's important to really always ensure the fact that we understand that we're sharing. A community is not made out of consumers, it's made out of people.
Yeah, so this idea of, as consumers, really we are a community of humans, and unfortunately in our industry contributing to a lot of destruction and exploitation. And I just thought I'd read what it says on Wikipedia, what consumerism actually defines as. Consumerism is the protection or promotion of the interests of consumers. So actually giving a sense of that we have a choice in something. And it is also, Mel, do you want to sit here? It is also the preoccupation of society with the acquisition of consumer goods. And that always makes me ask, a question around, is that a healthy place to be? And I wanted to start with this conversation with you, Xavier, really finding out a bit more about, sorry?
Sorry, guys. Set design.
down.
I'm just trying to figure out the set design.
So I wanted to know from you, Xavier, first of all, does everybody know what you do, who you are? Because I'm being presumptuous. Maybe introduce yourself briefly.
No, shame. I feel like if you were attentive early in the morning, you should know, but obviously I'm Xavier Zulu, creative consultant. Thank you to Nuke for actualizing that. Because I've always, in my head, I wanted to retire and be like a creative consultant, not really knowing that I was already living that. So thank you for actualizing that. So now I know, but I'm not ready to retire yet. So yeah, Xavier Zulu, creative consultant, designer. Yeah. Had the pleasure of working in both local and global brands whilst working on myself.
Sounds good. And I'm Annegret Foderbach. I'm a cultural futurist and experiential designer. So this is why part of this is meant to be a bit more of an intimate experience. We're getting there, we're moving close to each other. And my work takes me really into, I guess, the depths of culture and understanding what is emerging within cultures that can help us build a better world. And part of that work is a lot of research, but it's also about bringing people together in experiences that bring us closer to the elements of sustainability. And I like to walk away from jargon. And so I think, let's talk about, Xavier. Do you have any conscious practice in your work? And if you do, what does that look like?
So I think for me, obviously, I practice the craft of like upcycling. So just without making it too crazy, like upcycling is pretty much me, my journey of upcycling is pretty much me not being able to afford the initial pair. Like I remember how I got here as pretty much walking to Eckes at the time and not really being able to afford the 900 Rand for a pair of Levi's jeans. And obviously, as anyone that's raised by a single mom, you see that face that they pull when they want to, but they just, can't. And then I had the pleasure of bumping into these guys, of which today are my brothers, one of them being here, Wanda, who kind of showed me that I could get the same pair of Levi's jeans, but for 60 Rand, 40 Rand, 20 Rand. And black mothers in the beginning, just like, oh, so I'm not enough? You had to go and thrift and do this thing, and why are you wearing other people's clothes? And I think that's probably all mothers, and it's just pride speaking. But I think what I'd learned before there was this jargon and this language of sustainability and upcycling. It's funny, I always used to say it lend the lead, it became from uklupega, it's not having. This thing, patchwork, what I call patchwork today, just was me trying to fix a pair of jeans. I didn't have the language at the time. So I think as I've kind of grown and developed, I think the practices that I've tried to really ensure, which also goes, it's funny, I've become my mother in so many ways in my ways of hoarding. You come to my house and just jeans, hidden in cupboards and shreds everywhere, and little pockets of unfinished projects. I think what I try to do is obviously ensure the fact that I make these trips, and it's weird. All these little practices and things that I think I'm making an effort is I go and I buy these jeans from Noord, Brie. It's so hard to thrift in Cape Town because it's so expensive. I mean, you're in Little Europe there, so everything feels like it's in euros. And you come to Brie and you come to Noord, streets, and you're just able to really just buy these jeans and figure out ways and speak to my friends and also yo, Wanda, maybe you don't really wear this anymore. Can I have this? I will reward you by giving you a garment that's complete. Just trying to find ways of ensuring that whatever I take out of an environment, I put back in. But it's also, again, I really want to state the fact that this thing doesn't have to be crazy, intellectualized. It is not about trying to make it, I think so many of us have made the point earlier today, is this thing needs to be tangible. You need to be able to access it. So when I see your pants and your pants, and I'm seeing everything else here, these are people wearing second-hand, third-hand, fourth-hand generation items that I hope that after the fact we'll be able to pass down, and it needs to be tangible. So I see the fact that like I want to be able to take that once you've grown out of that like messaging, just reverse it, bleach it possibly, and then make something else. Make then the inverse of your quilted jacket. And I think those are the practices that I try to kind of practice, but it's also things that I'm learning. I think also, please, by all means, I don't, someone mentioned the word expert earlier. I'm not an expert. There's no degree, this is a living practice. I'm living this thing, and I'm learning along in these kind of environments, as well as in whatever I research and otherwise, because that's equally important. That like, why is it important to work with certain CMTs? Why is it important to ensure there's minimum wage? It's not my responsibility, truthfully speaking. I don't get paid minimum wage, so why should I care about paying other people minimum wage? But I've come to understand why it is important that even in my smallest kind of capacity, to educate then the people I work with, to be like, okay, cool, this is actually how much you should be paid per hour. Because I've been in weird situations whereby I've come into a space learning that someone is getting paid 15 Rand when they should actually be paid 32. And I've had to try and change that system for them to be like, guys, listen, you actually need to be walking away with this. And I think that's the contribution that we can all kind of have, even in the most immediate kind of environments, because that's what the consciousness that I hope we all share in leaving this place and kind of developing outside in our own individual environments, kind of start developing. I don't want anyone to leave here thinking that it's finished. This is progress. It's not like the end of it. This is only progress. That's how I see it, and it's a process.
Yeah, and it's intentional.
Yeah. That's a huge thing for me as well. I think that's a huge thing for me as well. It's just like, I struggle. I used to hoard a lot. Like, everything I didn't like about my family, I just became as I got older. And I used to hoard a lot. And I think that's where I've learned now how to kind of hold on to things, but hold on to things with purpose. So I've got jeans that I've had for 7 years that, like, with the way my weight fluctuates, like, I've worn probably once or twice in my life. And then I kind of just held on to them because I'm just like, I'll make something from it. Like, I only drop once a year. So all the upcycle pieces I make, I only drop once a year. And it's because it takes me 4 to 7, my last collection took me 4 to 7 years to make. Because I've just been hoarding, keeping things, processing. I fucked up with one jacket. I had to make it into a duffel bag. Sorry for cursing, it's a horrible habit of mine. That's the process, that's the thing. Like, consciousness makes it seem like it's such a, you have to go and have ayahuasca somewhere in the mountains of Lion's Head. Like, no, it's just like me understanding that this is my contribution to what everyone else is doing. This is what my singular kind of thing is. I go on tangents a lot, sorry.
Apologize. Hello. The other question was really like, how did you get to it? But I think you've kind of answered that within.
Yeah. I think also,
said,
you know, the thing
maybe,
is, I think, sorry to cut your words,
No,
sorry. I think also it's like how I got to it is like, I think the initial kind of thing is just, not having. Like, not having is a real thing. I think sometimes it's like, we kind of like idolize the thing of like, yo, I came from the gutter, came from the street, you know how hard it was. I used to have cockroaches. When P. Diddy was like, yo, I used to have cockroaches on my face. Like, don't idolize that. That's not cute. That's not cute. No one wants to, like, I don't want that for anyone. Don't say like, yo, the only way to become a multimillionaire is to have cockroaches on your face at some point of your life. So I think for me, it's like how I got there. Yes, the reality of how I got there was the fact that I did not have, but it's not where I create from anymore. It's not my reference point anymore. I think if anything, it's the conversation that we had earlier to say, I hope in me going through that, the next generation of people, and the next generation of people is not far. Like, we also speak about this, you guys are here. Yeah. We are the next generation of people. That's what I meant earlier about, like, we're so close to each other's experiences that we speak of this thing being so far when we're here living it, sharing it together. So I'm hoping in sharing these things, that's what we leave with. Because that also, you guys are the only time I ever get to kind of like think about this stuff again, in hindsight and everything else, I live by myself, so I'm just always in my own head. So to have 30 people to kind of listen to and speak to, that's the only time I get to like, oh, so that's what I was going through.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And what is your golden piece of advice for anyone? My mic is not working, guys. What is your golden piece of advice for anyone who wants to practice consciousness within fashion, specifically within fashion?
I think the idea of practicing consciousness in fashion, I don't want anyone to hold on to the word consciousness. I think it makes it seem like it's great for us in literary sense, like it's great for like a thesis, it's cute, Harvard referencing, all those things, but that's what I meant earlier, but also intellectualizing this thing. I don't want to. I just want it to be something that we can all kind of like understand. The singular piece of advice, I think I still remain by what I'd said earlier, are just about, purpose, understanding your purpose, understanding the intent of what you do, and then understanding your voice. Like, there's so many people that I look up to, friends, peers, colleagues, idols, gods, whatever, that, practice consciousness on so many various levels. And I think consciousness as an overarching thing is just the ability to see beyond yourself. Like, that's how I see consciousness. It's just the being able to see beyond yourself. I've never said that before. That's wild.
Did someone record that?
It's like, I swear to you, I honestly dream about my gran all the time, and I swear half of the time it's just me being awake and like still like thinking and talking through it. My gran actually, and this is the funny thing, I think Wanda's the only person to ever pull the story. No, my mom actually was the first one to ever tell me the story. Sorry, I'm going on a tangent. So my gran, back then, as a side hustle, ironically enough, used to do quilting. So my mom at the time, obviously, there I am doing upcycling, all these things. I'm destroying her carpets because now I'm learning how to bleach denim on her carpets. I wasn't thinking at the time. And now there's just this random camo patch of indigo. And then my jeans are white. And then I bleached the bath as well. She was very forgiving. So she tells me the story after the fact when she actually starts, because somehow I think my cousins were like, yo, do you know what like X is doing in Cape Town? Like, he's doing this thing. And then she calls me and then she's just like, I hope you know that's your gran, right? And then she's like, and then I'll tell her about my dreams, and then she's just like, yeah, no, it's your gran. Like, she literally used to do this thing that today you call patchwork and upcycling. You've like intellectualized it to like the highest degree of her going to like CMTs and collecting fabrics and all these things. And she's like, so you basically are doing what your gran used to do, but you're doing it at like a very different level. Thank you, because that's probably the only time she sees her own. So the rain. So that's probably the only time she ever sees her mother is through my practice. I heard that drop. So I think that's where for me a lot of the times consciousness, sustainability, like circular fashion, all these things, don't get me wrong, I love them from an institutional point of view. I understand that we have to have these categories to be able to like discern what are we actually working towards. But my singular piece of advice still remains understanding your voice, understanding your purpose, having an understanding of just the intent, being honest. Because there's definitely times when I've created out of just hype and clout and saw that like, yo, oh, you hot, but I've been doing this, but let me just add like the sauce, and then but then a lot of the times I've had good people around me. Hello? Okay. I've had good people around me. For someone that went to like that did drama, like I can't project my voice, it's crazy. I've had people around me to be able to just remind me of like ground me. So I think that's the fourth thing, but the three most important things are that, because I think again, I don't take it lightly that you guys are here. You're present. That's usually like the hardest part, is for people to show up. and show up more importantly than forget the platform and the environment and everything else, but for yourselves. That's the promise you keep to yourself, to show up that you want to be conscious, that you want to be sustainable, that you do believe in the practice of circular fashion and all these things. It's deep, no? So yeah, I think that's really it for me. That's really it for me. Yeah.
Can I borrow the mic?
Oh,
So the idea was for us to have a conversation about the fact that we grew up at opposite sides of the planet and how we arrived possibly at similar ways of thinking, not doing, but thinking. So I grew up in East Germany, also, I guess, in a culture of not having, or having, living within limitation, strict limitation, not just of stuff, but also access to other cultures and people and conversation. And so I guess for me, I became very interested in fashion as a vehicle to give people a voice, and also, I guess, as a tool for activism. And I guess I would call myself a gentle activist now, somebody who can't be at the front line, but who likes to be activating others in their own hearts to step forth. And yeah, I guess to be brave and intentional in what they're doing, whatever that might be. So I've had quite a long journey already in my working life, but I guess one of the most exciting parts for me has been that I've been working across this continent since 2006. And I set up one of the first sustainable supply chains, trading from Ghana, Kenya, Ethiopia, and creating a story with my brand and my products that I wanted to open people's eyes with, to different ways of living and doing things that would sort of pierce the dominant culture that is very white and Western and systemically driving us all into one direction of destruction, let's put it like that, particularly in fashion. So I never wanted to be a fashion designer. It just sort of happened. And yeah, I had a very exciting start with working with a very big brand that opened, I guess, this idea of sustainable fashion and African-inspired fashion to what would be now our generations, but in London. And then it took momentum, and I stayed with it because I could feel that actually the value in it was the cultural exchange. It wasn't about the stuff. Actually, I kept stumbling over making more stuff because that was completely against how I grew up. We just upcycled. We gave each other our clothes. We swapped. We would, keep things as luxury items, keep them for a few years, and then trade them with each other because they'd become cool. So there was also our own subcultures. But I guess so for me, I got to a place where I just couldn't make more stuff. And it was a physical experience. So I would say for me, in the whole, on the side of consciousness, I never thought of consciousness. I just followed, I guess, my body. And I would say that's a very deeply intuitive experience that many people can relate to. And it's really about listening to what my inner voice had to tell me, where it was leading me. And it has taken me to a lot of places where I have no explanation how that happened, how I even ended up there. I mean, I'm a kid from East Germany working in cultures where I had absolutely no networks, no inkling, but I felt completely at ease and at home, and I trusted it. And I'm glad I did. And so I guess for me, I also shy away from big jargon in our industry because I feel it's othering, and I think it puts barriers in place that aren't helpful to actually making this the norm. And so I guess a lot of the work that I now do drives that forward. And I'm driven by that daily in everything I do. But I would say that my practice now on a daily basis, we were just talking about this with EZ2, it's thinking about sustainability in its purest elements for what it really is, that it's care for water, that it's care for the land and the soil that we walk on, and that it's care for each other and for all the people we don't know that are part of our invisible networks, and the things that we might not actually see. And I think this is something we don't need to go deeper into, but I think it's really important to remember that we don't know everything. We just don't. And that's why what you're saying about you got to know your own part in it and grow that. So for me, the most important thing daily, I guess, is to have a physical practice where I can be in my body so that I can actually embody these beliefs and just be it rather than do it. And do I have golden piece of advice? I don't think I do. I guess I think it's because it's always a place of learning and perceiving and shifting and growing with it. And I guess maybe the only advice that I would like to share would be open. Because you never know where the shifts of consciousness will happen, in what conversation or in what place, wherever you find yourselves. Yeah, I think say it.
Claim space. Please don't be afraid to claim space. I think, personally, I think whether it's by being an art director or whatever, I'm very happy of just being outside of spaces and just kind of watching from a bird's eye view and kind of just, I don't know, playing with things from here as opposed to being in with people. A lot of the times when people see me, it's always just like a step back and kind of just observing and watching, because I guess that's what's become my nature. But I think more and more over the past, even if I'm being honest with you, past few months, I've really taken it upon myself to claim space, and I think we all need to kind of do that outside of even just sustainability, just as people understand that there's so much value to you being present in certain spaces, just to add to the conversation. It's quite honest to me saying that I was not on the agenda for this. I spoke and said, listen, I should be here. There isn't a reason why I'm not here. Why? And there wasn't an answer, and so here I am. And that speaks to confidence and everything else, but it's also because I believe so strongly in my individualistic purpose and journey and everything else. And also I really enjoy being able to listen to some of you share your own experiences, which I hope you'll still be able to do if time allows, because I just think that, again, this thing needs to be a dialogue. You don't really get to speak to brands, but as people, if this is the space that we are holding right now, we need to allow ourselves to have that kind of dialogue, even for a moment. No pressure.
Wow, thank you. Thank you for sharing this conversation with me, Xavier. And I love the synergies, because as I was thinking about how I could open this class, I was thinking of Xavier. And he, within the hour, messaged me going, can I be part of this? How? And I was like, dude, of course you're part of this. So thank you so much for sharing. And thank you again, all of you, for being here. We're going to move into the experiential part of this. I don't like this word class. I mean, this is just like, also masterclass. Hey, we must think about this word, because it comes from something quite colonial, right? It's the masters telling us what to do. So, hey, I'm just putting that out there. And so let's call it experience. We're going to move into the second part of this experience. And it's going to be a very calm, contemplative process. Because I want to stay in this space where you guys actually get to think. Because we never really get the luxuries to imagine and to think. And I love that we can have the luxury to do that today for an hour and a half and be together and see what comes out the other side. So I would like you all to stand in a circle. So if you make room for yourselves, move the chairs out. You can keep the so just to say, you can keep the chairs nearby in case you get tired as we're doing this. I'm not going to stop you from sitting, but let's start off by standing together in a circle around this little arrangement here in the middle. Can I give you my phone? I don't need it. Okay. Please come into the circle. I just want a circle. I don't want 2 rows. Come on, don't be shy. Be cozy. Or move the chairs out further so everyone has a space. Claim your space. Come on, guys. about live in. Because you will describe this to us in a moment. You want to swap?